at 4:30. Could I have a roll call, please?
Devin Conley.
Anna Reed.
Charles DeFazio.
Bill Lambert, and Trustee Henry is absent, but she will be joining. I would like to now have the Pledge of Allegiance and ask the Landals students to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You weren't prepared for this, but you've been volunteered. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. Thank you very much. Okay. Do I have any trustee wish to comment on the agenda? Any member of the public wish to comment on the agenda? I do not see anyone. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Trustee Conley and a second by Trustee DeFazio to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Next, we will move on to community presentation. We have a presentation on reusable dishware.
Thank you for inviting us to come and speak to the board. My name is Owen, rising fifth grader at Landals Elementary and member of the Green Team. I'm here with other students and families from Landals Elementary. Hannah, Kaylee, Shreyas, Theo, Aiden, Emmett, William, Shivang, Wesley, and their younger siblings. We want to tell you about an important topic, stopping the use of disposable trays, containers, and utensils for our lunch meals and replace them with sustainable trays, cups, and utensils. Next slide. This is what we use right now at Landals. We use compostable items such as trays and bamboo utensils, as well as milk cartons, packed baby cartons, and plastic clamshells. These are all single-use items that are disposed of every day. Some years ago, before I started at Landals, our school used to have reusable items that were washed. We can do it again and use metal trays, metal cups, and utensils like these. My name is William, first grader at Landals. Here is why we should use reusable dishes. It is better for our planet, for the planet.
Single-use items require a lot of energy and water to produce and to ship. They need to be replaced every day, so the impact adds up. We heard concerns from parents about the amount of water needed to wash dishes, but this is a common misconception. In reality, way more water is used to grow the plants needed to make compostable dishes. Once reusable have been used and washed a certain number of times, they outcompete single-use items. Less greenhouse gases, less water usage. Reuse beats single-use every time.
No more throwaway culture. Every day at school, my friends and I throw away our trays and utensils. It becomes a familiar routine. Open, eat, throw away.
What children see and do at school every day matters. Let's teach them sustainable habits instead of wasteful ones.
No toxic, no toxic chemicals in our food.
Disposable foodware, such as compostable paper boats, can be made with PFAS or other toxins to make them grease and water resistant. These chemicals can leach into food, particularly when reheated. Stainless steel dishes and other reusable dishes don't have that problem.
Food looks better in reusable dishes. Sometimes my friends say the food looks yucky.
Other districts who have done this report that students find the food more appealing. They tend to eat more and get better nutrition. This also leads to less food waste.
We can save money when we don't have to keep buying dishware.
We have been in touch with Ms. Deborah Austin of the nutrition team and heard her concerns about equipment costs and staff costs. It is possible to address these concerns. No more recurring, ever-increasing costs of single-use items, lower trash collection fees, and reduced janitorial time. Case studies show these savings more than offset the initial investment in dishware and commercial dishwashers and staffing costs for dishwashing. Grants from the Santa Clara County and donations of dishware from environmental nonprofits are available to help us get started.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Morgan. I'm a rising fifth grader at Landals Elementary. Our schools are already doing some great work to be green. The district has a policy on green school operations. We won the California Green Ribbon School District's Sustainability Award for the second year in a row. Let's keep going and choose reusables instead of plastic that hurt the environment. Hi, I'm Hannah, and I just finished elementary school at Landals. The environment matters to me because nature is so beautiful and it really needs to be conserved. Metal trays are important to me for two reasons. One reason is that it will reduce landfill. As a green team member, I've helped kids sort their trays throughout the entire year, but I found that trays are often incorrectly sorted. With metal trays, there would be less confusion on where the tray would go. Also, metal trays would conserve the trees. Single-use paper trays are made from trees, but with metal trays, we would not have to use these trees. All in all, metal trays are a great way to demonstrate our district's commitment to protecting and preserving the environment. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter.
Here is our proposal. A pilot project, a feasibility study, and a long-term plan for district-wide implementation. To start, we're requesting your support to begin a pilot project at Landals to start this fall. We have access to a free commercial dishwasher from a Berkeley school and dishware that could be donated by a nonprofit. Additional staffing needs in the immediate future could be offset through cost savings from switching to milk dispensers instead of purchasing individual milk cartons. This project is endorsed by Landals principal Mr. Dolmans, as well as district sustainability lead Mr. Gorman, a fifth grade teacher at Landals. And both are ready to support the implementation process. PTA parents, students, and the larger community have expressed great enthusiasm and support for this initiative towards a greener and healthier school. To go along with the pilot project, the board can direct staff to conduct a feasibility study for adoption of reusable foodware throughout the district. We are in contact with folks who can help figure out the best model for our district. In fact, we have Ben Schleifer, thank you, here with us today from the nonprofit Center for Environmental Health. He has worked with Palo Alto, Fremont, and other school districts when they made their successful transition to reusables.
Hi, my name is Shreya Stayak, and I'm a Graham incoming 7th grader and proud Landals alumni. Throughout my 6 years at Landals, I've seen myself and other kids eager to take steps to support the environment. When I began kindergarten almost 7 years ago, Landals had only one trash system and lots of litter. But by the time I graduated 5th grade a year ago, our school had taken so many steps for a more sustainable impact, creating sorted garbage, compost, and recycling disposal, establishing the green team, hosting cleanups, and so much more. So even though I no longer go to Landals, I'm overjoyed that parents and students are thinking about the next step, reusable dishware. Students are excited about their impact on climate change, and this opportunity is a way to inform and educate students about their waste choices. And in a fast-paced Silicon Valley, toxic bioplastics won't take us far. And it doesn't stop at Landals. Eventually, our entire district deserves to have more climate-friendly impact. Students and staff at Graham, where I go now, would appreciate reducing trash on the campus, which has been an ongoing issue this year. I hope that the board considers the overall positive effect reusable dishware has on MVWSD's environmental footprint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from the trustees? Trustee Conley?
Yes, thank you. Superintendent Bear, if we were to, for example, consider a pilot program for Landals this year, is there any action the board would have to take, or is that a district administrative decision?
So it would be an administrative decision. The board could certainly offer direction. Doesn't need action, but I think we'd need to consider there are facility considerations that we need to look at to better understand dishwashing and staffing and that sort of thing.
Thank you. I am interested in at least giving a pilot a shot. It sounds like a lot of the work to bring together the pieces for a pilot are here, but I know there are all kinds of administrative things that as the board, we might not be as informed about regarding a larger feasibility study or what have you, but I support if this is feasible as a pilot, I'm in favor of that. I know we redid our kitchens back in the day and kind of made them, they're not places where we can cook and produce everything, for example, now it's all centralized. So I don't know what the site can support.
Super impressed by the presentation. Good job, guys. I think I go towards the implementation pieces and our kitchens. I would think about where we're gonna put the dishwasher because we physically don't have space in the kitchens right now. So that would require some type of construction. I'm curious. I'd like to know more about the dishwasher that you found, just to know power needs, water needs, all of those types of things. So that goes into construction pieces of what we need to do to reorganize. I'm curious about man hours because we would need to increase our kitchen staff hours. So I have a lot of questions, not impossible, questions about a cost to start up, which I think is this, one-time costs is more manageable. Ongoing cost for the personnel. I think all of that is something we can look into. I'm hesitant to commit to say we're going to start at Landals without knowing what's in the kitchen and what type of dishwasher there is.
I think the direction then from the board would be to work with the staff at Landals and to see where we are and see what can be done.
Sure.
For a feasibility study, like what kind of time frame would that how long would that take, like in general? Because I think we'd have to allocate staff for that and doing that. Just like I'd like to get a sense of where that would be if we choose to do that, if the pilot goes well, et cetera, et cetera. is it like a quarter of effort? Is it like a year of evaluating for the feasibility? What kind of timeline would that look like?
I think it is, what would you like me to prioritize? Because there's many things on the district's plate right now. We can do anything fast, but we can't do everything fast. So it'd be reordering priorities. If this is a number one priority for the board, we can put this ahead of everything else. So it's about what you're, and then if it is a priority, is it okay to contract out some of it? Because we would need to contract out some of the help if you want it fast. So it's just about your priorities that you're setting.
So it sounds like, let me know if I have this reasonable, probably for the feasibility study and the broader adoption, this would look like something where we come back with, when we're doing goal setting and prioritization of like where we would put that relative to other things. And that's kind of where it would land, and we'd kind of give guidance there. Is that kind of fair?
So I think there's two pieces here, right? I think there's the immediate look at Landals and understanding that and what the needs are there in order to accomplish it, right? Whether it's a beginning of the year, whether it's a mid-year, just we need to know what's involved. And then every site is a little bit different. So it's not just assuming that that can be extrapolated over every site. It's really getting in and understanding the impacts on each and every site. As Rebecca said, it's going to be a matter of priority on this and where this lands with everything else we have going on. Reminding the board, of course, that as you will consider adopting in the future agenda items, that we are considering an $8.5 million shortfall currently to the district budget.
Because I have commercial equipment in my own classroom, I know how difficult it can be to have new equipment added and the costs of things like completely overhauling plumbing and electrical. I'm wondering if there has been any research on the Landals, and since you guys seem to have a lot of data already, on if it's possible, even though you have one, but you can't install it, is it feasible with the amount of students and maybe parent volunteers to get the dishes done, if that seems to be the only potential roadblock, just to see if the potential is there to pursue. I love the idea. Fantastic presentations by everybody. I love the thoughtfulness of this, but I just wonder about the construction piece, because that can escalate really fast. And even just a brief, oh, we're looking, doesn't give the whole picture, but getting a professional in there to actually look at what the electrical needs are, and if the electrical of what the dishwasher is matches the electrical that's existing, those costs can escalate really quickly.
Trustee Conley.
Oh, I have the feeling we might be about to say the same thing, President Lambert. May I suggest that staff explore a pilot over the summer and then give us an update on the fall about whether or not a pilot is feasible at Landals. And then it sounds like a feasibility study is something that would be part of a broader conversation about our work plan and budget for the year ahead. But I would like to, I really appreciate not only when we get feedback from the community, but concrete suggestions about how to proceed. And so I think the first step here, exploring a pilot, is a very positive, concrete suggestion that we can jump off with. And thank you for
Exactly
the,
what I was going to say.
yeah, thank you for the presentation as well.
And, without spending a whole lot of time doing it, be reasonable. Okay, any more comments, questions? We sort of went through this. That's exactly what I'm going to do. This is the time for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this? I have one person in the room here, Mr. Schiefler.
Hello, I'm Ben Schleifer, Center for Environmental Health. Just so you know, the problem is real. 400 parts per million PFAS, 500 parts per million PFAS, San Mateo, Alameda County. And so like it is a thing. The trays that they have right now are the Hudamaki trays. Those have tested low no, so that's good and safe, but it is a problem when you look at the waste point of view. And who knows if they're going to change the formula again. I have 1.2 million schools on reuse in Alameda County. This is definitely feasible. I'm also sitting on that dish machine. We did the measurements at Landell. It fits measure-wise, but I do know the installation is a big deal and it's not a small light switch kind of fix. But pieces are starting to fall into place, and we super appreciate you all being open to exploring that. Even if the washing doesn't fall into place, we do have outside vendors who would do pickups and drop-offs daily to do just washing. And that has been working over in Fremont, where you saw some of the pictures today, because they just are dish fairies. You have to pay them, but they will do that. And some of the costs can be offset absolutely by not purchasing the single-use items. Milk dispensers at Landell will be real spicy because there's a long walk from the cafeteria to where the students eat. But that is, if you're all worried about a money shortfall, that is big money for the nutrition department, because those 8-ounce milk cartons are going up to about 43 cents per carton when they were before COVID, like 35 cents per carton, and they're required for the school meal. So moving over to bulk milk, it's organic, it's from Strauss. The kids will actually drink more of it because it's chilled, is a way to consider that, but Landell's might not be the perfect pilot for that item there. But this is absolutely doable. Fremont's been on it for about a year now. And yeah, I don't care what trays they look like. We're happy to work with Debbie. We want to keep Debbie real happy with all of this ideas, because I know she's on vacay right now. But this is something we would like to nudge her to start considering a little bit more. And yeah, it's definitely doable. The main thing I'm looking for are dish machines, which Landell absolutely has. We don't even know if that thing works. We might just be able to turn it on, and then the installation, not a problem. But if you have a dish machine and if you have an active student populations, which Landell definitely does, judging by these amazing presenters. So it's something worth considering. It doesn't have to be 5 days a week. We could start off slow, start ramping it up, make sure everyone feels comfortable. The custodians love this because it's less dumpster trips for them, because it's less volumes in those bags. And so they're absolutely willing to help out, kind of move some of the trays to and from places. And so, yeah, it's been very effective, very positive feedback. I also got a grant from Santa Clara County to do this work. And like, I got to get 3 districts in the county to start doing a pilot. So, you know, first come, first serve, but this is looking like a very possible idea, possibility here. So I'll leave it there. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I do not see anyone online, so I'll bring it back to the trustees for comments.
I think
Trustee DeFazio?
yeah, so I think I agree with the rest of the board that like exploring a pilot potentially over the summer is a good idea. I'll remind folks as well on the board that one of the outlier questions for students on our LCAP surveys was clean campuses. I think reducing waste on them will probably help out with that somewhat. Not necessarily going to solve the problem, but I think it's a useful thing to consider as we develop priorities and work towards that.
I think also reducing the waste, becoming more compliant with Senate Bill 1383. This is a great way to do that. The amount of milks that you see laying, those cartons that are full, that are laying around at the end of lunch, anybody who's ever had lunch duty knows that they are everywhere. I love the idea of milk dispensers, though, again, that would be a pilot that I would need to see, but Strauss is amazing. So I think that would actually get students to drink it more, seeing that it's a local, something that they've probably seen going to the market or have at home themselves. I like the enthusiasm here and that it's student-led. I think that when initiatives like this that are difficult are student-led, it really creates a tighter knit community that supports it. And the initiatives that are pushed down tend to not do as well. So with as much student activism, even returning students, that's really great to see. And that makes me hopeful that we have something here that could actually come to fruition.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, your contributions. We really appreciate it, as you could tell by the comments from the board. Yep, thank you. You're welcome to leave because we'll probably be here till 10 o'clock tonight, right? So a couple of teachers will give us. Yeah. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the preschool program showcase, and I'm a little surprised we not have a room full of 4 and 5-year-olds, right? Maybe it's cranky time. I don't know. Right?
Yes. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Terry Kemper, Director of the Preschool Program. And tonight I'm pleased and proud to be here with several of our preschool team members and one of our families to showcase the work of our district's preschool program and hopefully shed some light on how early education builds the foundational skills necessary for academic success. The goal of high-quality early education is to provide environments with appropriately sized furniture and intentionally selected materials, centers designed to stimulate exploration in all the developmental domains, planned activities that foster curiosity and calculated risk-taking, teaching staff with specialized education and training, and an abundance of unstructured and structured play. Naturally, unstructured play is when a child decides when, who, with what, or how to play. Structured play is organized by adults. At our preschool program, we supervise, observe, and document the unstructured play of our students to help us understand where they're at developmentally and determine what we need to do to support their growth. However, we also carefully plan structured, playful learning activities guided by our 3 Cheers for Pre-K curriculum and ongoing assessment with the desired results developmental profile, or DRDP. All of our work is rooted in the California Department of Education's preschool transitional kindergarten learning foundations. These foundations are research-based, developmentally appropriate, and aligned with the Common Core. We use them to create learning goals and instructional plans that shape each day at preschool. Tonight, I'd like to highlight how we support language and literacy development in our 3 and 4-year-old students by focusing on receptive and expressive language, conversational language, comprehension of age-appropriate text or stories, phonological awareness, emergent writing, and, of course, developing English language skills. These are all critical precursors to elementary reading and writing. The integrated nature of early childhood education means that instruction in the various domains or subjects is interwoven. So language and literacy instruction is not isolated as one segment or one activity during the day. It's part of everything we do. The pictures I'm sharing today should give you an idea of what preschool learning looks like. Each slide also includes some of the targeted foundation statements from the learning foundations or measures from the DRDP. In these photos here, you can see our students love engaging with books. Books are made available in each learning center, in classroom library corners, at listening tables, and during outdoor play, so children can explore them independently with friends or with teaching staff throughout the day. We also put books at the core of every lesson. These students are learning emotional self-regulation skills as the instructional assistant reads a Tucker Turtle book. She's using a puppet to engage students and help convey meaning. She's also asking open-ended questions about the book, encouraging children to relate the story to their personal experiences and to share those experiences with each other. While they're building language and literacy skills, they're also learning how to identify and express their feelings. A classroom discussion on diversity prompted this student to bring one of his favorite books from home to share with the class. It was a board book about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. called Martin by Maria Isabel Sanchez Vergara that he had been reading with his family. When we find ways to connect learning to children's personal experiences or prior knowledge, it helps to strengthen neural pathways in the brain, and in this case, also contribute to a sense of belonging within the school community and positive feelings about oneself. Conversation requires turn-taking, listening, and responding to a shared topic. If you've ever spent any time with a 3 or 4-year-old, you know that none of these skills are inherent. Adults need to model and facilitate language and social conventions required for conversation. This class read the book Happy in Our Skin by Fran Minushkin. Children initiated discussions with each other and classroom staff, shared their observations about physical similarities and differences, and teachers expanded on student comments and questions. While creating an opportunity to develop receptive and expressive language, the teacher was also able to emphasize the importance of kindness, compassion, and friendship. These children pictured here are working on their communication skills and vocabulary at circle time by sharing what they know about the words printed on picture cards with a small group of peers. They report out on their small group discussions to the whole group while the teacher writes on the board what they say. Activities like these help children practice and demonstrate their increasing ability to respond to prompts with their own comments and questions and talk to others with a shared focus. These students read the book The Empanadas That Abuela Made by Diane Gonzalez Bertrand. One classroom made real empanadas using recipe cards with pictures and simple words to provide instructions, reinforcing the idea that print has meaning and encouraging more discussion and conversation. Another class made Play-Doh empanadas. The teachers extended language and cultural connections with both of these activities while honing students' fine and gross motor skills and developing an understanding of new vocabulary words like pouring, stirring, mixing, and pressing. In this book, the gingerbread man tricks a fox into giving him a ride across a river. The story inspired an experiment about what would happen if the gingerbread man got wet. Children tested out their hypotheses with gingerbread cookies and milk. While children are using science skills outlined in the learning foundation, such as defining problems, making predictions and observations, and planning and carrying out investigations, they're also developing an understanding of language related to abstract complex concepts and complex statements that explain how or why things happen. Here you can see some of the ways our teachers expanded the classic book, The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle. Teachers read the book multiple times over the course of weeks so children could hear the story and experience it with a variety of activities like charting their favorite foods from the book, observing the metamorphosis of real caterpillars into butterflies, or drawing pictures and dictating what they remembered from the book. When doing a book study, children also hear the stories read in other languages, make predictions, and talk about alternate versions. This creative repetition helps them to internalize key elements like characters, plots, and the order of events, and articulate their own thoughts and ideas, and is especially important for our English language learners. After hearing and experiencing a story multiple times, children also demonstrate their comprehension of main characters, events, and ideas by retelling the stories with the support of flannels and other pictorial representations. And they do even more retelling by acting out stories like these students did with the book The Turnip by Jan Brett. One child is the narrator, telling the story in her own words, and the others are characters from the book working together to pull a giant turnip out of the ground, expanding language and literacy learning into a social emotional lesson about teamwork. What does developmentally appropriate writing look like for preschoolers? It starts with a wide array of daily activities that build fine and gross motor skills. Before we can expect children to write, we need to ensure that they have the muscle strength in their fingers and hands to hold a writing utensil. That's why you may see our students frequently doing things like using Play-Doh and clay Pipettes, large tweezers, manipulating building blocks, using their fingers to write or draw on sand, squeezing glue bottles, and collaging with small pieces of art materials. Additionally, writing requires core body and shoulder and arm strength, bilateral and hand-eye coordination, and motor planning. So they need lots of time outdoors doing obstacle courses, tossing balls, climbing on play structures, riding bikes, running, and jumping. All of those indoor and outdoor activities help our students to become proficient writers. After developing muscle strength and coordination, our students can do things like make marks on paper, create drawings that start to look like people, things, or events, and begin to form letters. Along with a typical early representation of a person with the arms and legs jutting out of the head, the little girl on the left has written A's and B's all over her paper. Those are the first two letters in her name. Eventually, children begin to write their names with increasing precision, like the example in the middle. And older children may begin to copy or write words other than their names, like the child on the right who drew and wrote penguin after the class read a book about penguins. Sometimes the letters are scrawled all over the place, written backwards or out of order, but it's all part of the journey. Their pictures become more detailed and recognizable, name writing becomes more accurate, and they can articulate their thoughts and ideas more clearly. Our students regularly complete journal pages with prompts like the question of the week, which is usually related to the curriculum or theme or a topic of student interest. Students draw pictures and dictate whatever they're contemplating. Teachers write down exactly what each student says, creating a record of the child's language development. Over the course of the school year, we see 1 or 2 word statements become longer phrases, sentences, and short stories. We also see the responses of our dual language learners slowly transform from their home language into mixed language phrases and more complex sentences in English. These students are getting acquainted with the letters of the alphabet by using tactile boards, matching letter cards to letters in a book, rearranging letter cards on Velcro strips to spell their names, and playing at the water table with plastic bubbles that have letters written on them. Teaching staff take advantage of every opportunity to reinforce letter names and sounds during both unstructured and structured play, helping children understand that letters make up words and that print has meaning. Letters and words are infused into fine motor, math, art, and science activities every day. We also spend a lot of time on phonological awareness. We connect the first sounds in words to their corresponding letters, match words that have beginning sounds in common, and break down words into smaller sound parts to teach students about compound and rhyming words. Everything is taught through books, songs, and games with visuals and manipulatives in ways that make the concepts accessible for each child. We also understand that parents are our students' first and most important teachers, and family engagement is paramount to any student's academic success. One of the ways we encourage families to foster language and literacy learning at home is by sending home Raising a Reader bags each week. Each bag contains a set of bilingual Spanish and English children's books, and families read with their children, and children draw pictures and talk about their favorite book from the bag on journal pages with support from their parents and sometimes their siblings. The journal pages are shared with their peers and proudly displayed in the classroom. This year, we resumed the Preschool Scholastic Book Fair. During the week of the book fair, both preschool and elementary students drop by with their parents to explore, read, and purchase children's books. Our most popular annual family events are the fall and spring book cubby evenings, hosted in partnership with the Los Altos Rotary Club and the Mountain View Public Library. Students, their parents, and siblings are invited to join an evening of fun centered around books. The librarian reads to everyone and helps families to obtain library cards. Then families paint and decorate these beautiful wooden cubbies. Every child in attendance gets a few books for their new home library. It's widely attended by our preschool families and staff and celebrates the importance and joy of reading. Thank you for allowing me to share a glimpse of our district's preschool program. My hope is that you learn something new about the holistic and integrated nature of early education and the importance of playful learning. While our students are having fun, they're also learning how to be strong readers, writers, and speakers. They're developing confidence and knowledge in early math and science concepts, proudly expressing their creativity and building the social emotional skills necessary to follow classroom expectations, make friends, and resolve conflicts, all of which makes them successful students and compassionate community members. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Have any questions from the board? I don't see any. Well, thank you very, very much. Okay, glad we heard about this. Any member of the public wish to speak on this topic? I don't see any in person or online. And finally, any final comments from the board? No? Well, thank you very much. Thank you all. Thanks for coming out. Okay, this is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Does anyone wish to speak on closed session agenda items? I do not see anyone, so with that, we will close the open session and move to closed session. at 6:34. There's no reportable actions taken during closed sessions, and items A2, A3, and B were not discussed. Move on to the consent agenda. Do any of the trustees have any comments on the consent agenda or questions about the consent agenda first?
There was one item, G, I think under the second reading of board policies under that, BP 5030, it's also under one of the items on review and action. So to pull that, to combine that with the later, it's an action.
Later, so don't.
The discussion item later.
Okay. Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I'd like to just pull the consent agenda item E for discussion.
Do I have any other comments? Do we have any comments from the public? Mr. Nelson?
Yes, I sent you something about comments on item D, job descriptions. And it isn't so much about those particular job descriptions, but it's what is done with job descriptions and actually some minutia of filing. Because the job descriptions, particularly if it has anything to do with finances, FCMAT says they want to see the job description and they would actually like to see it in a file. And if you're going to put it in a file anyway, you might as well make it public viewable file because you guys have to vote on it. Okay, you're voting on these job things. And unless down at the bottom, it doesn't say this job description was approved by the board on this date, then there's no traceability in at least the documentation file, unless you have some massive general one. So if you're an engineer, you notice having the update version and when that was updated is an extremely important thing to not have your project go south if it's hardware. Software, I don't know what the heck they do, but it's a similar kind of thing there. It could be automated, so you know that. So it is really important, I think, that you listen to what FCMAT complains about and complains about and complains about when they go into audit, particularly the budget and the HR departments, that it's extremely important to know because 80 to 90% of what you spend is on people. So you need to know what the people are doing, which is what the job description, when the board approved making a position that looked like that. And you have to track how many of those positions you're supporting. Big questions about how many of what kind of things are we supporting at Castro for people services. So there should be some way also that the budget should generate, and I have a Public Records Act in for how many positions and what are their descriptions that were at Castro at the beginning of the year and that are being done now in this budget you're going to be voting on. There, I can't remember what that's called, but the three fit together. They help compute from day one what your budget is if you're generating your budget from first principles. If you're just saying, well, we spent about this much last year and we'll spend 5% more next year, it's not the best budgeting process. We have software that can do it. We need to keep tracking it. And the other thing I wanted to mention was I'm really glad you guys are now buying some books for Spanish.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next speaker is Mr. Granathan.
Good evening, board. My name is Mohan Gurunathan. I have some comments on the consent agenda. The first is I'd just like to repeat my plea to reformat the contracts in a way that is much more easily digestible and readable, ideally a tabular format where the numbers for the contracts are all listed in order of increasing value. So we can clearly see what the big ticket items are. It's very hard to visually navigate that as a member of the public. There's one other thing about the contracts is I continue to see multiple millions of dollars being voted through on consent. Again, this does not look good considering where we have been. It's very easy to sweep things under the rug that way. There needs to be a limit on the amount that's voted through under consent, in my opinion. There's one contract that jumped out at me, and it was something about preschool. There's $2 million for running a preschool program, and I would like an explanation, and I know other community members would. Why are we running a preschool program in a K-8 district, and especially at a value of $2 million? Now, it says that's going to be reimbursed by the state, but I'm sure there are some unaccounted for costs that impact the district in running such a program. Isn't it our mission to provide world-class education for K-8? And unfortunately, we're not even doing that. There are some stats that were shared with me recently that are really eye-opening. 4 out of 10 middle schoolers in our district can't read at grade level. 35% of 3rd to 5th graders can't read at grade level. And around 430 middle school kids are 2 or more grade levels behind in reading. If we can't even educate K-8 properly, what business do we have running a preschool program? We need to get away from these distractions and get back to our core mission of world-class education for K-8. And all these other projects, including the housing project money pit, which I saw another $60,000 go to in the consent agenda. I hope we're accounting for all the money that we're sinking into this project. The latest that I've heard is conditions are still awful in the housing project, that they still don't have reliable laundry or trash or mail. When are we going to realize that we are not equipped to run a housing complex? That's not what we should be doing with our time or our money. So please refocus on the mission of educating our kids in K-8. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurnathan. Are there any other speakers in person who would like to say anything? Do not see anyone. I will take it online. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. We'll have one more, Mr. Reese. Oh. Just be clear. I think you want to, you're on for community comment, I believe.
Coming up soon.
Okay. Yeah. We'll get to that in a moment. See one speaker online, Mountain View Westman School District parent.
Hi, good evening. I value preschool education. I'm calling in regarding the contracts, the contract number 5 on consent. I wrote in on this item because our voluntary preschool program is not a no cost, no fiscal impact program. This contract has staffing and space impacts, and I'm disappointed to see this 7-figure contract placed on consent. In November 2023, the anticipated cost of our preschool program was nearing $500,000. This was due in part to the way the CDE contract was structured and the related availability of preschool space and staff. In 2023, the district allocated 1 preschool director, 7 full-time teachers, and 13 aides to the preschool program. Having this $2 million contract on consent and stating that there's no fiscal impact is very confusing, concerning, and potentially misleading. Here's a quote from the 2023 update, which was the most recent, most detailed update I could find. The fees the district collects are below market rate, and the district does contribute funds to offset the cost of the full-day program. The addition of the full-day slots does not allow the preschool to earn its full contract, as we are only contracted for half-day slots. The district is projected to contribute $420,547 in 23-24 due to the increase in full-day slots. Additionally, the district is not able to fill all slots due to difficulty hiring staff and the decrease in 4-year-olds attending due to TK expansion, as well as a desire for full-day preschool instead of part-day. Okay, I understand that you will want to push this through, and I understand why. But I'm going to once again ask that contracts that are 7 figures not be placed on consent. And when, due to space and staff limits, there are directly related financial impacts to the district of 6 figures, please do not state the contract has no fiscal impact. I understand that this contract has been put on consent in the past, but it's time to make improvements. We also didn't have such a grim 3-year outlook in the past. We didn't have full rollout of our $3.5 million unfunded TK program in the past. Doesn't the public deserve at least a 5-minute program overview before a $2 million vote? Since we haven't seen a recent preschool financial update, I asked how much the preschool program cost in 24-25. In this regard, the response from the district today was silent. Haven't we moved past the times when the board is expected to make multi-million-dollar contract decisions without being presented with the details? The answer, sadly, is no. This contract apparently had multiple documents incorporated by reference, but they are not before us. I asked for those materials, but they were not included with the district's response. So here we are with a $2 million contract decision. We don't have all the information related to the terms. We don't have all the information related to staffing, facilities, or fiscal trade-offs. We don't have an update on this, what's costing us. This is a $2 million contract. We have one page. I don't dislike preschools. I dislike the tactics being used to push this contract through. This is an ongoing procedural nightmare. Please fix it, board.
Thank you, MVWSD parent. Are there any further speakers? I do not see any. Bring it back to the board for comment. Any additional comments? And I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda with item E pulled for discussion and item G moved down to the discussion and action part of the agenda.
I think it's just part of G.
Just 1530 from 5030 from item G. Move down to the discussion and action section. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those changes?
So moved.
Second.
And moved by Trustee Henry and seconded by Trustee DeFazio to approve the consent agenda with item E pulled for discussion and item one of the items pulled on item G, the board policy is down for discussion and action. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Okay, you want to talk about item E?
Yeah, so I'm happy to see that like we're iterating on this checklist and process here. I think, you know, back when we added this, it was kind of, we were moving pretty quickly and so I'm glad that we're kind of like learning as we go. I think with the new school year starting in the future, it'd be nice for us to maybe revisit what's working well, what frictions we're seeing, what we would like to improve on. And I think this is a good time for us to like potentially agendize that for future meetings when we return from the recess.
Yeah, should we, as a board, are you asking the board to
discussion and agendize,
give direction to the staff, basically to assess the contract procedures that we put in place previously?
Understood. And we'll plan on bringing it back in September. Get past the first meeting.
Thank you. I'll motion to approve this item.
I second it. A motion to approve item E.
Yes. Hold off
Yes.
discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would appreciate it. if
Mr. Nelson, thank
discussion
you.
is before the vote, but you know how it goes. I want to express my appreciation to the two trustees who have jumped in to go into more meetings. But it really, you know, just having particularly one lawyer in there and one pretty smart guy, or maybe even smarter lawyers, I don't know. It really helps. You can get too much in the Palo Alto process. So I would urge you, maybe if you have some time to waste several hours, you go over to Palo Alto and listen to their board policy committee. So hope we don't get into that, but there's a happy medium, and I'm glad you're somewhere near the happy medium and making progress. I think it's, though I can always find something a little bit that I don't like. I think it's a great improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any further comments from the public? No, this is still an item E on the consent agenda. I don't see any more. So do you have a motion to approve the agenda, to approve the item E by Trustee DeFazio, second by Trustee Lambert. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. We will move on to communications, employee organizations. Is there anyone from an employee organization who would like to present? I do not see any. Is there anyone from a district committee or trustees like to speak on the district committee? Trustee DeFazio?
Yep. So give an update from the board policy committee. We had our latest meeting. So we met on June 6, 2025, reviewed and discussed 5 board policies and 4 bylaws. We've recommended 3 board bylaws for approval along with the removal of 1. These are on the agenda later today. President, secretary, clerk, and then removing officers of the board of trustees. Provided some feedback to staff on 3 policies, a suite of employee safety ones. It's important to us. This is within the scope of collective bargaining, so we're going to take more time to go through this one and a separate set of policies for employee security at a future meeting. And then we had 2 policies around bids and contracts. And as part of like my earlier request here, I think we'll be revisiting the contracts and bidding process in the new year. And so we chose not to update those until we have broader clarity from the full board. And our next meeting is scheduled for August 20th, 2025.
Okay, thank you. Any further updates? So district committee, any representatives from a district committee like to speak? I don't see any. Community comments?
Yes, I want to say, one of the things I was interested in when I got on the board a long time ago, because our handbook was paper. And you would hate it when we got the budget because it was that thick with the 200 pages. But one of the things that I've noticed that has been done pretty well, though I didn't do in detail, is down at the bottom of each of the board policies where it shows up, the PDF version, it has when this was reviewed or updated. And I don't know if you think it's useful, but it would actually be really interesting to also see this was reviewed by the policy committee on this date, and it was updated by the full board on this other day, because that will start to show we're actually going through a couple of cycles of close analysis by people who are just paying attention to this, and then the general board. So, but hey, I'm glad you guys are working on it. I'm glad you guys have comments.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next item is the superintendent report.
Yes, good evening. A couple of items. First, just with regard to immigration, with all the recent reports of local deportations and the unrest in Los Angeles, I want to reaffirm the rights and privacy of all of our students in Mount View Wisman, regardless of immigration status. The reports of ICE activities do not change our district's policies or practices. In fact, we're more committed than ever to welcoming, protecting, and supporting every student and their families. I want to affirm our commitments. First, we will not allow immigration enforcement officers on campuses unless they present a signed judicial warrant or demonstrate exigent circumstances. Next, we will not share personal information about students or families for immigration enforcement purposes unless required to by a court order or a judicial subpoena. Our staff will not collect or keep information about citizenship status of students or their families. Federal and state law provide the right for all children, regardless of immigration or citizenship status, to a public education without discrimination, harassment, violence, or intimidation. The well-being of every student and their family matters to us, and we want to assure you that our schools are safe and welcoming places for everyone, no matter their immigration status, background, or personal situation. So look in our newsletters coming out tomorrow for more resources for families that can be helpful over the summer when school's out and into the future. I'm proud to serve in an incredibly diverse and resilient community like Mount View Wisman School District. I also want to update you on an aspect of staff housing. As you remember, back in November, the board approved startup money for the staff housing project. It was in the amount of $300,000. It was a temporary loan from our district's funds to staff housing for startup costs. The plan has always been for this loan to be repaid to the building fund once rental income reaches a sustainable level. Currently, we have 47 units that have been rented, which is impressive considering doors opened just 4 months ago. As we reach the end of the fiscal year, we don't plan to ask for the full loan back in repayment this fiscal year. It will continue through the 25-26 to ensure stable cash flow during this lease-up period. We want to avoid calling the loan back prematurely, which could create financial strain. We anticipate the The community will be fully self-supporting by the end of the fiscal year 2027. And this process takes a bit of time. As we know, the staff housing project is more than just a building. It's really an investment in the future of our schools and students. We want to ensure that the high-quality staff members who have a huge impact on student achievement can live and work in Mountain View and become an even more integral part of our vibrant community. I know some of you were there. We had a tree planting event at BUB a couple of weeks ago, coming together to celebrate Tree Planting Day. It was a joyful event that marked the beginning of a greener, cooler, and more welcoming campus. With support from local nonprofit Canopy and the city of Mountain View, volunteers, staff, and families joined forces to plant 15 trees on the BUB campus. The trees are part of a two-phase initiative tied to the school's upcoming outdoor learning project. And our partner with Canopy and the city of Mountain View will continue as we plant more trees at our other school sites. A particular note, it was just interesting that the variety of kids, small kids, all the way up to adults, helping to plant in various ways and learning a bit about why this is important it was really impressive. JP and Canopy do a really nice job. We're also happy to see our youngest students at events, to welcome them as our new incoming students at all elementary schools recently. Students were able to meet their principals and teachers and celebrate with popsicles. Incoming TK and kindergarten students also received books and activities to complete over the summer. Many of the books included QR codes so that students could listen to their new teachers read aloud those books in English and in Spanish. So excited to look ahead to the start of a new school year as we close up the current one. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Bear. Now we'll move on to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Great, thank you. Mr. Reese?
It's possible others, Mohan and Sean wanted to combine their time.
Yes.
So it'll be 9 minutes on the clock, I guess. I don't think it will take that long.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. Conley, my name is Quentin Reese, and I represent a group of concerned stakeholders in the Mountain View Westman School District. Today, I am serving you with a formal notice of intent to circulate a recall petition to recall you from your position as a trustee. This action is the result of serious and sustained concerns about your leadership, accountability, and the decisions you've made that we believe have harmed the trust and well-being of families and students in this district. This community deserves transparency, responsiveness, and leadership that reflects the will of the people. You were elected to serve the public, and now the public is exercising its right to hold you accountable. I really do not want to be here, but my well-calibrated moral compass compels me to action. The deceit, fraud, and grift that has happened under your watch as board president is not acceptable. You have failed our parents, our taxpayers, our citizens, and most importantly, our children. Why are our teachers asking for donations while the district office lives large on taxpayer-funded junkets, DoorDash meals, and $1,200 per session energy healing? The controversy is such that not only are we mentioned in local news, but national and even international news. Why have we spent $10 million on fences and locks that the community overwhelmingly does not want? Why have we spent hundreds of thousands on PR to feather the superintendent's cap? Why has this board not condemned the actions of the former superintendent? Former Superintendent Rudolph was handed a $100,000 payout to leave quietly, a golden parachute, while many families in this district, even with 2 working parents, would struggle to earn anything close to that in a year. Ms. Conley, the last time I addressed this board, I told you that your decisions left you with only 2 paths: resign or be recalled. I was not the only person calling for your resignation at that meeting. Like seemingly every other public comment, it appears to have fallen on deaf ears. Again, resign or be recalled. And it seems you have chosen the latter. My plans for my children's education this summer included chess lessons, programming lessons, and swimming lessons. If instead they receive lessons in civics and direct action democracy, well, it's just as well. If I have to knock on every door in this district, I'll do it. But the neat thing is, I won't have to do it myself. We are a diverse group, and there is strength in our diversity. All of us are prepared to contribute our time, finances, and our unique skills to see this through until you are removed from office. Trustee Conley, resign. To the parents, taxpayers, and other citizen stakeholders, you can stay informed on the progress of this effort at recalldevinconley.org. I'll now read the text of our recall notice for the public record. To the Honorable Devin Conley, pursuant to Section 11020 California Elections Code, the undersigned registered qualified voters of the Mountain View Westman School District in the state of California hereby give notice that we are the proponents of a recall petition and that we intend to seek your recall and removal from the office of member of the governing board of the Mountain View Westman School District. The grounds for the recall are as follows. During her 6 years on the Mountain View Westman School District Board, Devin Conley failed in her duty to safeguard public funds and act in the best interests of students and families. Conley repeatedly enabled and approved excessive, wasteful spending by Superintendent Allende Rudolph, including over $1 million for executive coaching tied to Rudolph's associates, $315,000 on guided meditation for administrators, and $330,000 on organizational consultants of questionable value. She approved $2.7 million for unnecessary district office renovations, $180,000 for a PR firm to promote Rudolph and district leadership, and over $9 million on locks, fences, and security cameras despite strong community opposition. Conley ignored public concerns, downplaying the costs as insignificant, while overlooking Rudolph's spending of hundreds of thousands on travel, lavish hotels, meals, cable TV, and other personal luxuries. As board president, Conley participated in embarrassing and counterproductive fights between Mountain View Westman School District and the city. She also championed Rudolph's early contract renewal, expanded his travel privileges, and agreed to a $98,000 severance package that shielded him from legal accountability, even after the county announced an extraordinary audit on Mountain View Westman School District for suspected fraud. Devin Conley's presence on the board has eroded public trust and undermined effective governance. She must be recalled to restore integrity to Mountain View Westman School District leadership. I'll give the remainder of my time to Sean and Mohan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rees. I believe the two other speakers yielded their time to you, so thank you. Next community comment is Ian Kwan. Yes.
Great. So I am one of the residents at the recently, and you might recognize as one of lots of employee housing. And I just wanted to bring up that I'm very have affordable employee housing put into the district acceptable LCAP. However, it is not meeting the standard minimum of being a livable domicile for the people. We had our laundry issue mostly solved. Our trash issues, however, persist. It is immediately that we have to deal with trash that are stacked up multiple forms because they are not being changed. Also, we feel that those of us who have moved in early who have received some form of monetary compensation deserve to have that for other people who have moved in after April who have received $7,000. Not asking for $7 after what we've already received, but something that will add up. Because we've had to deal with laundry, trash. We're still dealing with not having the mailing effect
I should just yell? I'm just kidding. And I believe that we are due compensation equal to that of those who are moving in later and haven't had to deal with these issues. And furthermore, we would like a little more information on the process of the selection and implementation of the nonprofit that is scheduled to replace Winco as the managers of the building. I think that as employees of the district, we have a right to not only information, but also some hand in a democratic process to help manage and select the people in that organization. I don't think that's too much of an ask. I'm not asking for us to have a meeting every single day on every single decision, but we'd really like to be included in the process so that we can feel like we're not just renting from some nameless landlord, but rather we're a part of our workplace, whether we're at the school or whether we're at the apartments, and that we're contributing to our community and helping to steer it in the correct direction. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Kwan. Thank you for bringing these issues to the attention of the board. I will discuss this with Superintendent Bayer after the meeting, and he'll get back to you on these issues. Thank you. Next speaker is Kyle Miller.
Hello again. I'm another squeaky wheel. My comments today are in a similar vein to Ian Kwan's. Specifically, I wanted to bring up that I'm a bit frustrated that this is the second time that I've had to come up here. I have also requested for this item to be included in the agenda, but I was told that I was outside of the time frame. I was told that the time frame for requesting something to go into the agenda for meetings was 10 days. I submitted a request within 10 days. That may have been inaccurate. But again, I'm in a similar vein to Ian that I believe that us tenants who moved in prior to April 4th and had to deal with such issues as he mentioned, such as the laundry, the trash, and the mail, we have received a partial rent credit, but tenants who moved in after April 4th, as we've said a few times now, received 2 months free rent. And we believe that the tenants who had to come in prior to that date should receive the same compensation. I also kind of wanted to bring it to the board's attention that without any effort on our part, some of the parents of children of the district have reached out to me and other tenants at the apartments to express their support. And they are asking for more information about what it is like to live in the apartments. They are concerned on our behalf, and some of them have even begun going to news reporters because they want there to be more publicity on this issue. They are supportive in our belief that we deserve equal compensation for our rent to the 2 months that people who moved in after April 4th would have. So I guess I don't really have too much else to add other than we will continue to show up and ask for this until it is at the very least seriously considered, because that is what we believe would be fair compensation for the conditions that we had to put up with for 2 months. I don't think I have anything else. I yield the rest of my time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Miller, for bringing these items to the board. I will discuss this with Superintendent Bayer after the meeting, and he'll get back to you. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in the community comment section? I do not see anybody in public, and I do not see anyone online. So I will move on to the review and action section. First item A, an action item resolution 01-061225, supporting recognizing LGBTQ plus History Month. Superintendent Bayer will present.
Yes, so this resolution comes before you, as others have. This one recognizes June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, celebrating the diversity, dignity, and ongoing contributions of the LGBTQ plus community to our school district. So with that, I present it to you for your consideration.
Yes, so I'll ask the board for comments and ultimately eventually to approve the motion. That we'll do a choral reading afterwards. Any questions from the board? We have any community comments? I don't see any. Go on, any comments from the board?
I just want to thank staff for bringing this to us. This is part of our cultural awareness and heritage calendar that we've mapped out for the school year that was done by our equity committee, and approved by the board. I think at this time, it is especially important that we are recognizing, lifting up, and supporting our LGBTQ plus community, including not just our students, but our employees and our broader community as well. We are lucky that Mountain View is a community for all. And I was able to attend Mountain View's very first Pride event this last weekend, which was amazing. And then I also was proud to see that our flag here has been raised for LGBTQ plus Awareness Month. So thank you. And I make a motion to approve this item as presented.
Second.
A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Reed to approve the resolution 01061225 supporting and recognizing LGBTQ plus History Month. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Trustee Conley, would you like to begin?
Sure. Whereas it is the right of every child, regardless of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation, to access free public K-12 education, and the district welcomes and supports all students, and
whereas the district has a responsibility to ensure that all students who reside within its boundaries, regardless of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation, can safely access a free public K-12 education, and
Whereas research on LGBTQ plus young people noted that attending a school with even one anti-LGBTQ plus policy is associated with higher rates of anxiety, depression, and past year suicide attempts for young LGBTQ plus students. And
Whereas students attending schools with anti-LGBTQ plus policies face dramatically increased mental health challenges, including higher rates of anxiety, depression, seriously considered suicide, and suicide attempts compared to students in schools with no anti-LGBTQ plus policies. And
whereas research shows that LGBTQ plus students in schools with anti-LGBTQ plus policies experience higher rates of victimization, including verbal harassment and physical attacks, 62% versus 38%, and have reduced access to supportive school-based resources.
whereas the Trevor Project's findings demonstrate that supportive school environments are directly associated with better mental health outcomes and lower suicide risk among LGBTQ plus students, and
whereas Mountain View Wisman School District prohibits discrimination, including discrimination based on gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation, and
whereas in accordance with Assembly Bill 493, school site and community resources for the support of LGBTQ plus students improves school climate for all students, and
whereas the district supports celebrating our different identities, integrity in how we treat others, encouraged to do what's right by listening to, learning from, and respecting diverse viewpoints, and
whereas educational personnel are often the primary sources of support, resources, and information to assist and support students in student learning, which includes their social and emotional health, and
whereas LGBTQ plus students deserve the right to feel safe in school, to openly discuss their LGBTQ plus identity with peers and adults without fear, and to see themselves reflected in school practices, and
whereas Mountain View Wisman School District affirms its commitment to being a place where all students feel empowered to reach their highest potential, acknowledging that this excellence is born from a deep well of knowledge sustained through our diversity, and
therefore be it resolved that the district shall designate June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and
be it further resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District will raise Progress Pride flags within the first week in June at the district office and keep the flags up the entire month of June, and
be it further resolved that the district commits to maintaining and expanding supportive school environments that protect LGBTQ plus students from discrimination and harassment, and
be it further resolved that the district affirms its commitment to implementing policies and practices that support rather than harm LGBTQ+ students, recognizing the documented relationship between anti-LGBTQ+ school policies and increased rates of anxiety, depression, and suicidal behavior among young people.
Okay, thank you, Board. Okay, we will move on to the next item, item 10B, this is a discussion item, iReady Diagnostic 3 Assessment Report. And Ms. Nguyen will present.
Are you talking into this one? Okay. Good evening, trustees. Tonight, I'll be presenting a high-level overview of the iReady Diagnostic 3 assessment data. Before I begin, I just want to share a little story about my time as a principal at Bub's school. Every year, right before iReady testing, I would tell the kids that these assessments were a chance for them to show what they know, celebrate all that they've learned, and how cool it's going to be to see how much you learned from when you started, first grade to the end of first grade or whatever grade you're in. So we would celebrate, we would have these show what you know type things, but I would also tell them that really these tests are also just a snapshot in time. It's like what you are able to do today in this moment, however you showed up that day, right? We talked about how these tests were important for the grownups at the school because it was important for us to be able to see what did we teach you really well and what are some things that we didn't do as well that we need to do better because you deserve better from us. And we would also talk about even though it's really cool to celebrate what you know and show what you know and do your best on these tests, we also know that these tests don't measure every single thing there is to know about you, right? You're a wonderful kid. There's 1,000 other things about you that these tests are not going to show. So as we go through this presentation today, multiple things can be true at the same time. So one, yes, these tests are really important because they tell us what we're doing well as a school system, what we need to keep doing, but what we need to do better because our kids deserve the best from us. But we also know, just like I told the kids, like these tests don't fully define you. These don't also fully define us either, right? So the goals for today's presentation is I'm going to provide a quick overview of the data. As you see, this slide deck is like 200 something slides. I'm not going to do all of them, but I'm going to go high level of some of the data. I'm going to provide an overview of the current work that we're been doing this school year to improve teaching and learning. And then I'm going to discuss some considerations as we think about our work and our next steps. So super quick, as you know, iReady is a validated computer adapted assessment that is aligned to the California standards. Performance on iReady is also strongly correlated with performance on our state assessment system. There are different ways you can view iReady data. So one way is you can look at proficiency placement. So what that means is that these measures are criterion reference based on the standards for the grade level. And we use these to understand how a student is doing relative to their grade level. And so when we look at that data, we can look at it, it's broken down into 3 tiers. So the first one is green, and that means at or above grade level. Sometimes for shorthand, we call that tier 1. And really what that means is students scoring in that green level will continue to benefit from grade level instruction, core instruction. Then the next tier is the yellow tier called 1 grade level below. Sometimes for shorthand, we call it tier 2. But what that means is that students will benefit from grade level instruction with additional targeted support, tier 2 support. So that might be smaller group instruction, reading intervention, things like that. And then we have the third tier red, and that means students are 2 or more grade levels below, and students at that level will need their core instruction, but they will also need additional targeted support on prereq skills in order to be successful in grade level instruction. So what that could look like is more intensity in their intervention. So smaller groups, more frequency, things like that. It might also mean special education support. Another way that we can look at the iReady data is we can look at it through growth measures. And what these are measures, they're not criterion referenced. Rather, they are measures that iReady has created to show how a student is growing based on their baseline proficiency level and their grade age level. And so what that looks like is every student has their own differentiated annual typical growth marker. So if I'm a 3rd grader, starting at my baseline placement level is third grade. My expected annual typical growth is to make it to the end of third grade by the end of the year, right? However, if I'm a third grader, but I'm starting at first grade level, my expected annual typical growth is to get to like beginning of second grade level. That's a calculation that iReady makes based on a median score and kind of all the kids who take iReady and this. And so part of that is it's also changes because it resets every school year. And so some definitions with this growth data is there's the median, and that's the value you take when you line up all the kids' growth data from 0% growth all the way up to, 199% growth. You take the median kids value, and you can see where that kid, how much percent growth that kid has made. Typical growth is the average annual growth of students at each grade level and placement level. It's derived using the median, and it shows how a student is growing compared to their average student growth at the same grade and the baseline level that I was just talking about. And there's something else called stretch growth that iReady has created that means this is the recommended growth for students who are below grade level to make even more than annual typical growth to catch up quicker to their peers, and for those who are already at grade level just to continue to maintain above grade level. When we look at the typical growth measures, you can look at it individually as a student. So all students, when they're done, they receive a score report that says, me as a student, I made 100% of my annual typical growth. That means I went from what was kind of the average expected for my age and baseline level. Or you can look at it as the aggregate of like at this school, when we have 56%, that means 56% of our students made their at least 100% annual typical growth target. So high level overview of what our data shows. Like I said, there are many, many, many slides in the appendix. So I'm just going to do the overall as a school district. So this first chart, I've divided the data in different ways based on the proficiency and growth things that I was talking about. So this one shows iReady reading by site. And this one is from beginning of the year, D1, diagnostic 1, to the end of year, diagnostic 3. And what we can see in this graph, and this one is for reading, what we can see in this graph is that overall we saw a 17% increase in iReady reading tier 1 proficiency from the beginning of the year to end of year when we aggregate every single student in the entire school district. The growth is similar across all of the elementary schools, with most elementary schools growing between 22 to 24% from the beginning of the year to end of year. Mistral and Montaloma saw even greater growth than that. Mistral is 26% and Montaloma 29%. The middle schools had smaller growth, gaining only 4% proficiency from beginning of the year to the end of the year. This graph here shows beginning to end of year growth as well, but now this is broken down by grade level rather than by school site. As you can see, the largest growth in proficiency is in K through second grade. The appendix includes lots of these beginning of year and end of year graphs broken down by schools and grade level. So you can look at like Castro kindergarten, first grade, like that kind of stuff. And when you look at those graphs, I just want to point out some highlights there. Castro kindergarten increased 70 percentage points from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So that by the end of the year, 78% of the Castro kindergartners ended in tier 1. Their growth was higher than the district kindergarten aggregate growth. Montaloma kindergarten also saw a large proficiency increase, growing 56% from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. This chart here shows cohort comparisons. So we took the current students in a grade level and then saw how they did in the year previous and the year previous to that. So when you look at this one, it's the same grade level of kids, that same group of kids year to year. It doesn't account for if kids moved in and out of that cohort, but it's still roughly the same cohort of kids. And when we look at that, we see that our current third grade cohort continues to make steady growth year after year, with more students moving into tier 1. This graph here shows year to year. So we looked at the end of the year data, looking at the kids this school year compared to the kids last school year. And obviously they're not exactly the same group of kids because we have kids matriculate out and new kids coming in. But when you look at this year to year growth, this growth is really important because as a system, it helps us see just like overall, how are we doing, right? It's really good for large data sets. You have a lot of kids. So even if you have kids moving in or out, there's still enough kids to make this like a valid data point. It's a little bit less reliable when you're getting to smaller subsets, right? Like if you're looking specifically at like students with disabilities at a single school, the scores will vary a lot because some years you have 5 students and then your next year you have 20 students. So the numbers will be a little bit different. But what we see in this graph here is that the proficiency rates remain fairly steady, but we do see proficiency increasing at Castro from year to year. This one also shows year-to-year data, but it's broken down by grade levels. And we can see in this graph that some grade levels are growing over time, whereas some of our grade levels are declining year to year. This graph here shows the progress to annual typical growth using the median score. That means that if, again, like I was saying before, if we order all the kids from the 0% progress towards annual typical growth up to the maximum kid, where does that middle kid fall? And then you look at what their score is. So obviously the higher the median score percent progress to annual typical growth, that means the majority of the students made more than their year's growth, right? The higher the number that is. As we can see here, all of our school sites, the median score is greater than 100%. This one here is by grade level. And so same when we look at it this way, we can see that for all of the grade levels in reading, the median score is greater than 100%. One thing that I do want to point out here, we can see in 6th grade that their median progress toward annual typical growth is 174%. That means that more than 50% of the 6th graders made 174% of their growth. But when we looked at the previous graphs, when we looked at the proficiency rates for the 6th graders, we saw that their proficiency rate, we had students who had still not made that proficiency. So that's why you have to look at these together, right? So kids grew, they didn't grow yet into the tier 1 level, but they grew from their placement, right? So it's important that all these data points, they don't speak by themselves. They all work together to tell the story of what's happening. When you look at the appendix graphs, these are broken down by reported student groups too. So like our students with disabilities, economic status, things like that. And when you look at it that way, all of our reported student groups have the median growth at 100%, except for the SED students, that's 98%. This final graph here shows the percentage of students who have met their annual typical growth target. So this is looking at all the students in the district or by school site, and what percentage of those students made 100% or more of their annual typical growth. And so obviously you want as close to 100% as possible in this number here. These 2 slides here just have the summary of what I just shared through those graphs. So now if you look at it, have the same set of slides for math. So this one again is from beginning of the year to the end of the year. And overall, we saw a 22% increase in proficiency from beginning of the year to the end of year, which is larger than the growth that we had beginning to end for reading. There's more variance, however, in the beginning of the year to end of year growth by site for math than there was for reading, with the range from 20% growth to 35% growth in our schools. But just like with reading, growth is smaller at the middle schools, 5% at Graham and 9% at Craven. This is iReady Math broken down by grade level. Just like we saw in reading, our largest proficiency growth is in the younger grades K through 3, and then it slows down in middle school. Looking at the cohort data, we see that again, our 3rd grade cohort also continues to make steady growth each year. However, we also see that proficiency rates are dropping in some of the other grades. Our year-to-year math data shows a slight decrease in proficiency over the last 2 years. However, MI saw proficiency rates rise while the rates at the other sites have declined. In this graph, we see the variance in proficiency rates by grade level as well. There's a notable drop in proficiency rates at 4th grade and above. This one shows our median math progress to annual typical growth. And we can see here that all of our school sites, the median student has made 100% or more of their annual typical growth, except at Castro, which is only 96%. This one shows it by grade level, and we see that the greatest median growth was in 5th grade and 8th grade. Again, you have to pair that with the proficiency graphs that we had shown before. When we disaggregate these by student groups, what you see in the appendix, we also saw that all of our reported student groups had median progress greater than 100%, except for Hispanic Latino students, which was 97%. In this graph here, we can see the percentage of students who have met their annual typical growth by school site. Again, this is important to look at in conjunction with all of the data points, and we're trying to get as close to 100% as possible. These are just the summaries of what I just said. So next part of this presentation, I'm going to be talking about some of the actions that we've taken this school year to improve teaching and learning for our students. So the research is clear that the most effective, efficient way to increase student learning is by providing strong, evidence-based Tier 1 core instruction. So this year we focused in on using data to intentionally plan our lessons and units, using evidence-based strategies to remove barriers and provide access to all of our students in our Tier 1 core instruction. We implemented science and reading aligned curriculum in elementary schools, and we built up our teacher knowledge and also our teacher leadership through peer-led district-wide professional learning communities. We implemented a play-based curriculum to align our pre-K and TK with all of the research that we know about the science of learning in early childhood. We also implemented some team teaching in math at some of our elementary schools, allowing for more targeted small group instruction. We continue to operate through a multi-tiered system of support framework. We iterated another version of the reading intervention program with the early literacy team to allow for more multi-grade level intervention blocks. Because this model allows for much more collaboration and flexibility with our student groupings, we were able to be more responsive in how we did our reading intervention, and we can make quicker adjustments so kids could get what they needed quicker. So as we think about how we interpret the data and translate it into theories of action for the upcoming school year, there are some important ideas that we need to consider. So the first thing is that our efforts really need to focus in on student learning. We know that the most powerful lever to improve student learning is the classroom teacher. Hattie's meta research shows that collective teacher efficacy has the greatest effect size on student outcomes. Therefore, the most important thing that we can do is support our principals in their roles as instructional leaders and to remove the barriers so that our principals and teachers can focus in on their most important job, which is teaching and learning. Something else to consider as we review the data is assessment fatigue, right? We want to take beginning of year and end of year data because we want to wait as late as possible for the end of year data. So we really want to show like the growth that students have made. However, if you look at this chart, the kids take many tests in a row, right? And the kids are trying, they do a great job. But there is, like, as an adult, it would be hard for us to do all of these too. So just keeping that in mind and just being cognizant of what we are asking pretty young kids to do. Another thing that we need to think about is how we analyze the data. So like I said, iReady is really important. It gives us that satellite data. How are we doing as a system to support our students, to give them what they deserve and learn, but it's also part of a larger interwoven assessment system, right? So as we make decisions about what to do next, we need to use this iReady data in conjunction with many other data points, smaller site level data points. We know that rigorous program evaluation and research studies always involve multiple points of data. They also include quantitative and qualitative data too. So all of these need to inform what we do moving forward. Another thing to think about, we write site plans every single school year to codify the work that we're going to be doing to improve our student outcomes. In the past, our site plans encouraged lots and lots of initiatives and programs inside of a site plan, which then dilutes the quality and focus that you can put into a site plan. The way that we wrote our goals were really well-intentioned. We wanted to make sure that we were holding high standards, and we still want to hold high standards and high expectations because we truly believe that all kids are going to be able to learn. However, the way that we wrote our goals before were really kind of every school site wrote them in the same exact way. And so that didn't differentiate because we know our school sites are different. And so the goals need to look different, right? Not that the expectations for the goals look different, but there are different areas that you focus in on because there's different places that need attention, right? Another thing is, as I was learning more about iReady and the constructs within iReady, I spent a lot of time with the iReady folks and just reading their white papers about the research behind iReady. And what I learned is that the way that annual typical growth is constructed, you can't get 100% because it's because of the averages and the math doesn't math. And if I try to explain it, I don't really know how to explain it like fully, but I did read in the papers and learning from the iReady reps is that's not the best way to use annual typical growth. We should still use it, but there's other ways that we can look at it rather than saying we need 100% as the goal. So this shows what we currently have on our site plans. Our current way of looking at proficiency is we look at a 10% reduction in students not meeting proficiency. We look at it overall and by student groups. And so this is just as we think about that, it means different things at different school sites, right? So if your proficiency rate is already 90 something percent and you're making a 10% reduction, it actually equates to like less than one student, right? That is moving. So that goal doesn't quite make sense. So that's why saying differentiating the goals based on where a student is or where the school is at. And then I also, yeah. And then we can also look at growth measures. And like I was saying, 100% doesn't work with how annual typical growth targets are measured. But there are different ways we can look at that because we want to measure that year's growth or that expected year's growth for students. I throw this into each one of my presentations because the idea is that we can't forget about educating the whole child because learning doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? So we continue to do all of these things that we've talked about before to support our students. So some recommendations. So in light of what we've heard tonight, what I'm asking the board's direction for is whether staff can explore different ways that we can look at our iReady goals. We want to make sure that they're still aspirational and they reflect our belief that all students can learn, but also making sure that they match the measured constructs that we're using, what these targets were, or these measures were intended to be used for. If the board's okay with us moving forward, then we would spend the summer drafting some different iterations of what these goals can look like and then come back in the fall with some language around the goals. In speaking with the iReady folks, these are some recommendations that they made so that you could continue to look at placement levels and set goals for placement levels, to continue to look at annual typical growth and set goals there, and then to include that median percent that I was showing as another way to look at growth for students, and use all three of those together to show the picture of how students are progressing and where our holes are and where we need to continue working to better serve our students. So we are a learning organization, so we're constantly making adjustments based on the data that we collect. We've made adjustments throughout the school year, and obviously we're making adjustments this summer to implement for next year as well. So one thing, as I've talked about in previous presentations, is that we're increasing and expanding our reading intervention program. So we we'll have more trained reading intervention staff at each of the school sites, including the middle schools. We've updated our reading difficulties risk screener so that we will have more data to be able to intervene and intervene early for students. We're expanding our work with the science of reading and brain-based teaching. So we are working on advancing thinking through writing in our elementary schools. We're going to continue that through our lit PLCs. And then we're going to start learning about in the middle schools and form the middle school working group that is going to start working through how do we advance thinking through writing in the middle schools. Because we know that reading, skilled reading is the combination of being able to decode words, but also is mediated by how much vocabulary and content knowledge you have. We need to really continue building content knowledge across all the disciplines. This measures reading and math, but actually the reading measure is also a measure of how much you know in science and social studies and all of content, right? So we need to continue doing that as well. As we've heard in previous presentations, we're working to update our district's math program and curriculum. We'll also continue teen teaching math at several of our elementary school sites. We know that we need to continue supporting students in English language development acquisition. We want to make sure that we accelerate learning for our multilingual learners while honoring their backgrounds and their home languages. So we'll continue to support English language development through designated ELD periods and newcomer classes, and remove barriers and provide access to all academic lessons through embedded integrated language development and supports. We are all working really hard within the organization to improve student outcomes, and we want to make sure that all of our efforts are aligned for maximum impact. We're all going in the same direction. And so we're aligning our professional development next school year to support our instructional goals and to refocus on what we know the research and evidence says about the principles of high quality lesson planning and instruction. That it's standards aligned, it's responsive, it's relevant, it's explicit, and it's equitable. We'll continue to make research and evidence-based decisions. We're doing some learning around screen-based teaching. All of our principals are reading a book. They had homework they have to do over the summer, and that's driving kind of the PD that they are doing for their staff when they come back in the fall. We're participating in a research study with Stanford to evaluate the impact of ed tech on student learning, right? So that we can answer the question, is this effective for student learning, and for which groups of students is this effective or not effective, right? We're using data within our MTSS system to drive instructional planning, delivery, and coordination of our student supports. And we know that students can't learn if they don't feel welcome and safe. And so SEL instruction is an embedded part of our school day. So I know that this is a lot of information. But I want to thank the board for allowing me time to share a snapshot of our work this year and one measure of its impact on student learning. Please do check out the appendix data slides for more stuff. And I'll take any questions.
Sure, I'll start off with a question. So in the presentation, there was a slide that said that the efficacy of teachers was the most important thing you could do to advance reading and math education students. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So what steps are you taking to improve the efficacy of teachers and assess the efficacy of teachers?
Yeah, so that efficacy means like the belief that what I do is going to change outcomes, right? And that belief, like your behaviors are reinforced by the success you see, right? Success breeds success. So that's why the alignment with our professional development across the school sites. So our principals, we're like doubling down. We're doing a lot of professional development next school year. We spent all day today. That's what we did today to break down our PD plans for next year. To break down these are the specific behaviors and actions that we take to lesson plan and to deliver. And as we teach that with our teachers know this, but it's like to align together in how we do this. They see success in the classroom and that breeds success, and they see that they have impact, right? So that plus looking at data. So we talked about how we're using the data. And as you continue to use the data, you can see the celebrations of the impact of my work. This is what I did, and this is the outcome that I see from it. And all of those together to continue to build the efficacy for teachers. And then it just snowballs, right? I see I can do this, and then so I do more, I keep doing more, and then yeah, learning happens, right?
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you, President Lambert. Thank you for the presentation, Director Nguyen, and thank you for taking the time to meet with me earlier this week and walk through the data. I'm wondering if you can talk about how we're going to be working with parents so that they understand their students' iReady results, they know how to talk with their teachers about it, and how to advocate for their child.
Yeah, that's a great question. Every year we do a parent university in which we do an overview of how to review your iReady results and what that means, and really like going through how do you talk through these results with your student, with your own child, but also with your child's teacher, right? What kinds of questions you can ask and things like that. So definitely continuing that. I can't remember, but I think our calendar has teacher conferences in October. And so that way, that's also an opportunity for teachers to talk through with the parents of this is how we look at these reports, and these are the reports that you'll see, and these are the kinds of things that you'll see for student progress. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I love I think the parent universities are wonderful, but it's, when we look across our whole district, it's not the majority of parents who are attending them. And one of the things that comes up a lot for the board and our school sites is that we don't always have the same parents, right? People are moving through the district and moving out. Is it possible to build more kind of parent engagement around understanding and using this information to advocate for their child and to support their child at home, whether it's through back to school nights with teachers or principal coffees or school site council and PTA updates from principals? Are there other ways that we can weave that in so it's more a part of our culture as an organization?
Yeah, so all the avenues that you just listed are great avenues, right? So definitely principals, copies, things like that. The school site probably brings in the most engagement, right? When you do things at your school level. And so that's definitely something we can chat with our principals as they plan out kind of their principal coffees or their parent university extensions that are at their school sites.
And then something that we talked about a little bit earlier this week too was, and you don't have to have I don't think there's an answer for this yet. And I think a lot of this answer will come through Superintendent Bear's leadership as well, is what is kind of our district-wide vision for where we want to get? Because the school site plans are kind of the nitty-gritty of what schools are trying to accomplish independently, but how do we weave that together as an overall goal for our district? Do you have thoughts on a process to getting to that, or should I defer to Superintendent Bear?
I think interestingly, part of this is going to be tied up in examining our program, right? As we evaluate what are those pieces to our program and programs and initiatives that are the highest impact. Cindy talked about, and Bill emphasized that idea of teacher efficacy, and the Hattie research is super clear on something we really already knew inherently, that high quality teachers have the highest impact. And so I think we're going to need to look at that as we begin to evaluate our program and really identify what's core and where are we not going to compromise, and work from there, right? Because it's going to be essential if we want to move the needle. I know we all want to do that, but we really have to, as she said, double down on the training and the expectations and the I would say constant or regular reinforcement from site leadership as instructional leaders on student performance.
I think, all of my colleagues would agree probably that at the end of the day, all of our students should be proficient in literacy and math. And all of our students should be making a full year's growth. At least our students who are behind need to make at least 1.5 years of growth. I think one of the things that's a little tricky here is the distinction between iReady's annual typical growth and what is 1 year of growth for a child. When I think of 1 year of growth for a child, I think of them moving the equivalent of forward one grade level from wherever they are within their understanding of the material. And it sounds like iReady doesn't always measure that distinctly because it uses the median. But at the same time, it is a very powerful tool for parents and our school district overall to have this vision of every child makes 1 year's growth, that they are making consistent progress, and those who are behind make more growth. So I'm interested in ways that we can figure out how to set a district-wide goal around that and a district-wide goal around proficiency and move towards it incrementally without it being arbitrary. Because I think in the past it was like 10% a year, and it was just kind of slap it on. And at one school that meant one child, and at another school that meant 55 children, right? It wasn't, it didn't necessarily make sense. But I'm looking for a vision of our district's progress that includes metrics that are realistic but also aspirational that we can work towards. Does that feel possible to you in kind of your experience?
Well, realistic and aspirational sometimes run in conflict with one another, right? Because aspirational is aspirational, right? And it doesn't always align with kind of realistic expectations. But I think we can get somewhere, right? Somewhere close to that, right? Where we do have high expectations of all children, that they're going to make growth within, we'd love to see a year's growth. There's some kids we'd like to see 1.5 year growth, right? There's some kids we'd like to see a little more, right? And, but identifying for the blanket, I don't think the blanket 100% year's growth expectation is necessarily aspirational. I think you have to understand who the child is, right? To understand what that growth should be, or what 1 year's growth looks like for a particular child. But I don't think that's necessarily aspirational. We just need to be using the right tool to measure that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, so I saw the slide around assessment fatigue, and I'm like, do you have any thoughts as to how we can reduce that for the students? I know it's like, my naive thing is I saw the intro slide where it says, CASP and iReady are correlated, and like, can we have to do CASP? Is there any harm in dropping, say, the third one, or et cetera, et cetera? This is a very naive question, so.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, the idea is, yes, they're highly correlated. However, it could be you use that instead for the upper grades. Lower grades don't take the CASP. But then one thing you lose is you lose that annual typical growth because you need the D3 score in order to calculate your year's growth, right? Yeah.
Trustee Conley?
May I add to that the CAPS scores are hugely delayed. So sometimes they're embargoed all the way until October. And when our team is planning for the next year, I think it behooves us to have recent and relevant data to actually make decisions about programming as a board, what we're going to support, about programming for the district. And unfortunately, the state assessment is just so delayed. It's also a closed box. We can't pull out standard by standard. iReady isn't perfect. I understand that. The system of assessment that we used is based in a very particular set of cultural norms and systems within the United States that is not always equitable, right? Like there's lots of problems here, but at the end of the day, we need to be doing the best we can to get information about our student learning and moving forward. iReady does allow more granular data than we'd ever get from CASP as well.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, now I'll take community comments. Take in person first. Mr. Nelson?
Oh, do I have to be first? Anyway, darn good, Jeff. We're getting D3 reports again after a number of years of there not being reported, even though we were paying for them. What this does is this gives you a clue of what's going to happen. As Trustee Conley was saying, the problem with the state stuff, it's all computerized, but you never see it. This stuff you see right away. It's like you can't have formative assessment. It's not useful if you get it at the end of the class. So the story of the data. Unfortunately, 15 times at least, the person responsible for these plots mixed up, I call it bar jumble. She jumbled in the middle schools and the elementary schools. That's just crazy. Middle schools don't look like elementary schools. They're not comparative. They shouldn't be on the same chart, or they should be off to one side. You have control of how you show the data story. So that's bar jumble. I don't know whether former principal Nguyen has worked a lot with this, but it's not meeting the standards of this community. The other thing she's doing, which has been habitually been done by the curriculum department, is show these things with alphabet jumble. Let's take information that we really know about, what the percent of SED kids is. We know it makes a big difference. And sorry, I'm preventing myself from swearing. It's one of the single important metrics to how students interact with each other and how they end up and what kind of extra support they need. Jumbling up the high need school sites with the other ones makes that correlation not show up. You're jumbling the data, you're taking it, throwing it, and saying, oh, the thing that really matters is their alphabetical name of their school, not the percent of SED ordered by the percent of SED. Why the heck are you doing it that way, Nguyen? It makes no sense. You're obstructing what the segregation has done to the academic performance of these kids, and it continues decade after decade. I guess I can yell rather than swear. And it's disgusting. It really is disgusting that this board and the boards before have let this happen. And it's disgusting that we have professionals that get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and they can't figure that out. They're hiding data. Now, a couple of years ago, maybe a decade ago, when we went to the Castro and had a board meeting there, which by the way, you guys didn't give it. You haven't done what you said you were going to do. We found that we had parents come, oh, my time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
I'll be back.
Anyone else in public wish to speak? Don't see any. We'll move on to online. I see one person online. Miss Lou, I see two people online. Take Miss Lou first.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Dr. Nguyen. I have a few comments. I was wondering if the district would be possible for the district to give principal more of autonomy to hire their people. Because good principal will attract good teachers. And then, you know, I just in the past, it seems like the district would hire teachers and then just assign them to school sites. And it would be really nice to give the principal that sort of autonomy and power to be able to decide who they want at their school site, who would work under them, under their directions. Give them that autonomy. Another thing I've been asking for is if I'm in a lot of these science of readings groups, and every single educator that I've heard of, the letters training, LETRS, it's amazing. I have friends who've taken it and say this is like the best training they've had in their career. And so I would hope the district would invest and provide that letters training to the teachers, because I've heard great and amazing thing. And when the teacher does well and knows well, I mean, all the students benefit. And this training it's been around for a while. It is time. It's like, I think it's a 2 years program, but it's great and it's effective. So if the district would please invest on the letters training for the teachers, that would be really, really wonderful. And then I also remember in the past, pre-iReady, I remember in 2018, when my son started kinder, like the parent teacher conference was so meaningful and so thoughtful. Like there's these data that teachers provided, they know my kids, they like, like little details. And I feel like that went away once iReady was implemented. And like last year we have a teachers that also like every, keep like an ongoing running sheet of assessing the student. And I think like it's just it's more effective and more powerful when teachers can also like have that time and have the ability to assess the student instead of relying on iReady. And it's also less costly. So that was just my observation of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lou. Next speaker is ITech.
Yes, good evening. This is ITech Chelik. I also want to talk briefly about the iReady results. I've made a request multiple times over the last years to also show the student counts in addition to the percentages, because it gives us, the community, a way to picture the actual individuals that are being harmed by the lack of education that we are not providing them still. So when I looked up the population of the Mountain View District numbers, when I looked at the cohort slide, I don't remember exactly what slide, but it's called the D3 cohort comparison.
ITech, you cut off.
I still see 139 sixth graders, 146 seventh graders, and 151 eighth graders that are in the red, which is, from what I understand, that T3 is 2 or more grade levels behind. That is a ridiculous number of students. And especially for those 8th graders, I still think about that we had 9 years to teach these children how to read. And I really, really wish, especially these 8th graders that got promoted last week to the 3 high schools in our district in MVLA, that instead of seeing the shovels for the money pit on the wall, that you would look at those 151 faces of those 8th graders that we failed. I feel like the people in our community, I feel like we're being conned. I feel like we're fools when we can so easily continue to spend money on consultants and the money pit and not on our own community's children. So I'm asking for more transparency. I'm asking for people to notice that the job of the district is to educate our children. And I appreciate the efforts of all the folks in the district, the teachers, the principals, the staff members, and the folks on the board who are putting their efforts toward this. But I don't appreciate the window dressing. And I don't appreciate the fences that keep the volunteers out that could be trained to teach literacy. And I don't appreciate leaving behind the middle schoolers who have been with us for all these years, because I fear what will happen when these kids go to high school and stumble. And I fear what will happen when they don't finish high school, or what happens to them after that, when they understand that not enough people cared about them to teach them to read in the 9 years that they were with our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Artek. Okay, do we have any, I don't see any more speakers. Do we have any final comments from the board?
I appreciate the presentation and the appendix. I don't know if we've ever had an appendix with something like 200 slides in it. And so there was a lot of information provided. I think one of the real challenges in this space is diving into the data as a board, diving into the data as a community. And I think the more we talk about it, the better. I'm really pleased that we were able to have this presentation at the end of the year. It hasn't been something that's always happened. I think there's a lot of opportunity for growth as we really drill down on student learning. Something that Director Nguyen has been incredibly talented at leading our district in has been our reading recovery program. And in that process, she was really pulling apart and still is, as she was sharing with me earlier this week, the data on individual students, because each of these numbers, it's a child, it's a whole person. There is a story about their learning, their life circumstances, the ways we can support them inside and outside of the classroom. And so I know that she and her team have done incredible work in that area in the past. And I think as we carry that forward with the Amplify curriculum, this was our first year with that adoption, but the first year, it usually takes at least a few years to really kind of carry out a new curriculum adoption. And so I'm looking forward to continued progress as we implement the science of reading. And I'm really interested in making sure that we can engage our parents and our students in understanding where students are in their learning, how they can be supported in school and at home, and continue to close these achievement gaps, because I think we can always do better. I think all of our children are capable of reaching proficiency. Proficiency is the floor, it is not the ceiling. I've had the opportunity to volunteer at some of our lowest income schools in the district. I've worked in low income schools, and then I've also taught at schools like Stevenson. And so I've seen how different what happens in schools where students and their families may be much more resourced before they even begin school compares to where our students might not have had access to the same resources and opportunities over time. It's also one of the reasons that I think the preschool program was founded to begin with, is because we see that inequity starts in kindergarten. And, and that means that children aren't coming in on an even playing field, even to kindergarten. So our preschool program, it is free. The state-funded slots are free to any children within the Latham's preschool catchment area. I guess it's the Castro catchment area, offers that free state preschool. It is high quality. It has been award-winning. And I think that's one of the levers. When we looked last year, and might be nice to get an update on this in the future, at the data for where the students, how the preschool students performed over time academically. And with certain cohorts, depending on the hours they were in the program, we actually saw improved academic growth later on. I'd love to see the same information with our dual immersion program. We have looked in the past to see how our kids, after going through the dual immersion program, how our primarily Spanish-speaking students and our SED students who are in that program perform by the end of 8th grade, and have seen a different in their results compared to their peers. So I'd like us to continue to kind of check in on those things and make sure we're achieving what we need to achieve in those programs. And then I'd like us to, of course, make progress, close this gap. And I want to thank our staff for working so hard on that.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I'm incredibly heartened when I was going through the appendix to see the kinder D1 to D3 improvements. Like in Castro, it's amazing, and I think we need to make sure we keep investing in the improvements we've made to this. Like, this is remarkable, I feel like. And then I think, so kudos to the folks who have done all this hard work. I think to the recommendations, I'm excited to have staff come back with like revised goals that are more individualized to the schools and the situation. I think, like broad goals are good for us, but like noted in the presentation, every school is different. Their needs are different. Like the things we need to do to help them are going to be different by the sites. And I think giving more local understanding of that will really help the individual schools thrive, and we'll be able to see this growth. I want to make sure, we have great improvements for the younger kids. We still have kids all the way throughout the schools that need support and help to thrive as well. So making sure that we don't lose sight of them as well. But I think over the coming years, as long as we stay focused on our core instruction and really improving this, I think we're going to see, I'm optimistic we will see continued growth, and we'll have many more things to be proud of in the future. So.
Trustee Reed?
I also took note of that Castro kinder growth. I think it's important that when we have positive data like that, that we really take a look and explore what happened there. How did we get there? And how do we make sure that we repeat it year over year? And how does that translate upwards to other places, other grade levels? The year over year downward trend in our middle schools is disappointing, and I'd like to explore that further. And I believe that really separating the elementary from the middle school data would be helpful for us to see that more at that granular level, and looking to see what we can do to help those kiddos before they head off to high school. I want to acknowledge that this is a new role for Dr. Nguyen, and for her presentation and all the data that she provided for us, I think was fantastic. And I love that she does always bring in the whole child context. She led with a great story, and my kids went to Bub, so I remember her as Principal Cindy. And her talking about the context of how she presents this information to the students, and reminding them that this is just certain snapshots of whatever they were feeling or doing or their mental capacity for that day. And though it's a great data set to kind of track growth, It's not the only data set and shouldn't be the entire picture of their holistic growth. One, it takes the pressure off the students, and reducing the pressure tends to help students perform a little bit better when they don't see it as such a huge thing for them to have to perform on. It's not as nerve-wracking, but also for us as adults to understand that those D3 statistics were after weeks and weeks of testing. I think they were in testing for 3 weeks. And if we think of putting our brains at that kind of capacity of week over week performance to the levels that we are requiring of them, I think that seeing the growth is that much more remarkable. And those students should be celebrated. I do think that it is important to have the numbers associated with the percentages, because it is sometimes you're talking about a one student change versus a 10 student change. So having that context is just really, really helpful. But I do like the recommendation about the making this more site specific and not having like a blanket these are our district goals, because every site is different and every student, their capacity to grow is going to change. And even their capacity to grow as a 6th grader might change as an 8th grader. And there's so many different circumstances that come into play that aren't just what's going on in the classroom. They could have had a familial change. They could have had a housing change. So many things that we cannot control aren't highlighted in this data. And so for us to continue to look at it as this is a portion of the picture and not the full picture, I think is really important. And that we focus on celebrating wins when we have them, like the growth at Castro.
Thank you. Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah. One more item that I just to key back on my initial question around assessment fatigue. I would like us to try to understand how we can tackle that, because that is part of the scarce resource that we have in school, which is time. And so time, you're balancing, understanding where folks are versus how much you can kind of give them. And I think there's, maybe there's an argument that we're not on the right side of that right now. I'd like to understand that more. It's something that I don't feel like I'm well equipped right now to make a recommendation one way or the other, but I think it's important, right? Like extra hours in the classroom for those kids might be valuable than getting yet another test done and assessing where they.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you, President Lambert. I think it would be useful to know, so it's one thing to say it spans over 3 to 5 weeks. It's another thing to say this is how many hours were actually spent on each test, because I watched my son the week of CASP testing, and they had one day, I think, for each subject, and then there was a second day. If they hadn't finished the first, they could continue. He finished pretty quickly on both tests and was done. And so I'm curious about, and then the iReady testing, I think it's no more than an hour at most. It's probably shorter probably far shorter than that for students. So I'm just curious about 3 to 5 weeks sounds a lot, right? We don't want to lose 3 to 5 weeks of instruction, but what is the actual time that's being spent on the assessments? CAS, we don't have a choice about iReady. How, if we look at I'm going to guess it's no more than 5 hours for the 2 subjects. I could be wrong. Trustee Reed, do you know?
I feel that instructional time lost is somewhere around 10 for a classroom teacher, 10 days-ish.
For CAS?
iReady. So something like, because of the 3 times per year that they have to give it, and it's not just when students finish, it's you have to have your allotment. So there are days where there are students sitting there doing nothing because other students need that time to finish. So there's an allotment of days, whether all students take it or not, there are still those students that need that extra time. And then beyond that, there's additional time that they could be pulled out from other courses to finish if they need that additional time to finish.
I think 10 days in middle school, though, is different than 10 days in elementary school. Like in the sense that I don't think they're testing on iReady for more than 2 hours a day. Is that correct, Ms. Bauer? How long are they testing on iReady during the day? So in middle school, it could mean that your ELA instruction is shot for 2 or 3 days. But we're training a lot of numbers and we should just hear from staff.
I would say that for the average child, it could be a couple hours. And I think it depends on the student. There are some students where it'll take an hour for them to finish an iReady test. There's some students that take 5 or 6. The middle schools actually change their bell schedule to give longer blocks of time so kids can finish. And then they end up having to pull kids to do makeups and then kids miss class. So, yeah. And
Well, I think for just for understanding purposes, right? Yes, there's some kids that are going to take 5 hours. Those are children that are going to probably be working individually after a certain period of time on their own, right? But the idea of if a block of time of 90 minutes is set aside and some children finish in 30 minutes, they're still not getting instruction for a full 90 minutes.
correct. That is correct. And I think to Trustee DeFazio's comment, I think we have to remember in May, we're putting kids through CASP, ELA, math. 5th and 8th graders are also taking science. Then on top of that, now we're giving all of the kids iReady reading and math. It's a lot. It's a lot. And so I think at some point we have to think about what's the return on our investment there. And while I think iReady does give us good data, and yes, CASP tends to be later, and we can't drill down really in either of those 2 platforms to get what we need. The assessments we do in class with students one-on-one in our small groups give us more information. But thinking about iReady, we could give it at the beginning of the year as a baseline, give it in December. It won't give us the full annual typical growth, but it will give us a prediction for CASP. And then is it something we do need to consider for all grades? I don't know. And I think that's what we're asking at this point, is we really want to be able to look at what is going to meet the needs of, making sure that we're monitoring students' growth, but also not doing it at the detriment of instructional time and burning kids out from assessments.
I agree that there definitely needs to be a balance. I really worry about parents losing the ability to understand their child's growth over the year if we don't have that D3 diagnostic. Like, one of the things that I think is most powerful and important about having a benchmark assessment and an end of year assessment is that families can know and students can know how their learning progressed. Somebody reached out to me recently because their child had gone backwards on their math assessment. So their end of year diagnostic score was lower than their score entering the school year. And they were like, what do I do? I feel, it was really overwhelming and disheartening and upsetting. I was like, okay, the first thing I would do is ask for a meeting with my child's teacher to understand this test and the score and to learn how they were going to support my child and how I could better support my child, and possibly to even include the principal in that conversation because the child is transitioning out of that class. And so I think we need to assess time and like how we organize everything, but I think this is such a powerful family advocacy tool that I'm anxious about discussion about not continuing it.
I think CASP, we'll have to look at the CASP reports this year. We released them. They've been coming in. Student reports have been coming in much quicker. The state is is moving up the timeline for things like the release of the dashboard so that we get that data earlier. And there's also a new growth model associated with CASP, which is it's not perfect, but there's a new growth model associated with CASP, which may fill some of our needs. So again, just giving staff the opportunity to start looking at things and try to come with some good recommendations.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think this meeting or like this place is the time for us to just throw out, let's get rid of certain things. I think more it's a question for a recommendation to staff and for us as a board to consider how we're using the time of students at school, right? Like, are we actually at the right balance of figuring out where they are versus actually just teaching them more in that time available? And I think I know you're all considering that all the time. So, but I think it would be helpful for us, I think, probably in the future to get a kind of sense of that, like you were suggesting, right? Like where these are.
Thank you. Any further comments? Thank you, and thank Ms. Nguyen for her presentation. I'm going to move on to item 10C. Would you like to do that now? How long would you like? 5 or 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, we'll take a break. We will reconvene the board meeting after a short break. The next item is item 10C. It's an action item. We're being asked to update board policy 5030 concerning the health and wellness triennial report. Karen Jimbo will be presenting.
Yes, good evening, trustees. I'm going to share my screen. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you with the annual report for the health and wellness, which happens to be our triennial report this year based on our cadence. So tonight's report also serves as our public report as part of the triennial review process. And I'll be summarizing slides out of consideration for the very full agenda this evening. So as always, we are aligned with the strategic plan, working towards our whole school, whole community, whole child model. And I'm thoroughly encouraged to see a slide dedicated to the whole child in an iReady presentation. This means that we're really aligning in our efforts in the strategic plan. So the assessment overview is essentially the engagement in the process. Our Health and Wellness Committee engaged in the triennial review. And in the report, as well as the slides, the terminology of local school wellness policy, or LSWP, is represented for us as our board policy 5030. So those terms might be used interchangeably. Oops. The assessment followed all of the USDA requirements, and we looked at our attendance data, school health index as reported by our school principals, model policy comparison between CSBA as well as a national national model, and then looked at our policy compliance and goal progress. So just to highlight, we found that our LSWP annual goals have been met the last 3 years and adjusted accordingly every year so that we aspire to continue the great work. And the committee also found that our policy language is consistent with CSBA and has certain areas in the national model that we are aligned as well. Our committee recommended, based on the assessment and the policy comparisons, that the board consider updates to the BP 5030, which you have seen at first reading at our last board meeting. The committee also recommended annual goals updated, and as we enter the renewal of a 3-year cycle, the committee would like to see meaningful student voice contributing to wellness activities, as well as promotion of staff wellness. As far as next steps are concerned, staff is asking and seeking board approval of the updated board policy 5030 language. The Health and Wellness Committee will meet 4 times in the 25-26 school year, and the Health and Wellness Department will provide 2 updates and 1 annual report in the 2025 school year. And as well on the slides, there is an appendix with the tables of the reporting language. And with that, I will turn it back to the board.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jimbo. Any questions from the trustees? Not see any. Does any member of the public wish to speak on this item? I do not see anyone in person or online. Bring it back for comments from the board. Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, just wanted to thank Director Jimbo for, having served on the Health and Wellness Committee with you. Like I saw firsthand as you developed this, I'm really excited to put that together and have the Health and Wellness Committee continue to meet. I'm excited for our goals and our performance here. But I want to just appreciate the community members and staff that worked really hard on this. So thank you.
Trustee Conley?
Would you like to make a motion?
I will motion to approve the updated board policy 5030.
Second.
We have a motion from Trustee DeFazio and a second by Trustee Conley to approve the board policy 5030. I think I got it right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is a action item. We're being asked to approve the workplace violence prevention plan. And Ms. Bickford will be presenting.
Thank you very much. Staff safety is an important part of our workplace violence prevention plan. It's also really important in supporting our employees in alignment with strategic plan goal 4. Thank you. So the Workplace Violence Prevention Plan is required by labor code. It provides a written explanation of how we respond to reports of violence, communicate with employees, respond to emergencies, and train staff. This is not a behavior plan for students, but rather a plan about violence and hazards directed at staff. Okay, next slide, Shelley. The plan focuses around 4 types of violence, each of which describes a person who has intentional acts toward an employee or a staff member. As I showed on the previous slides, the highlights of this plan are really about the kinds of violence, the training we provide, the response that we provide also, and the assessments that we do to try to prevent hazards and potential violence. This plan works directly in connection with our comprehensive safety plan and our board policies that go along with everything that we do on campus, with our safety plans and our responses to other incidents as well. Our district safety team that is composed of district and site administrators, our director of MOT, and office staff members meets regularly throughout the school year. We met and reviewed and discussed this particular plan. Any changes to the plan are captured in the change log, and I've captured those changes in here to indicate anything that has been changed or anything that's been reviewed and not changed. We even capture the dates of those reviews in our log as well. During this, the 24-25 school year, we discovered as we were reviewing our plan that there wasn't a single hazard or act of violence reported on our log, which is great. We don't want to see any workplace violence in any way, but we were concerned that there wasn't ever even an entry about any hazard. So that led us to the changes that I'm going to share with you. As the committee was conducting our review, we thought perhaps the reason people aren't putting in any entries about hazards was because of the naming convention of the actual document. And so we proposed that we change the workplace violence reporting form to the workplace hazard reporting form, because that form was really more aligned with prevention measures and hazards like gates not locking or cameras not working or alarms not being functional. And so we've changed the name of that form to help people really realize what it's for, what's the intention of it. And then we also discussed additional ways that we can provide access to the plan and to those reporting forms. Those lived in the Workplace Violence Prevention Plan as links, and people were provided training about those at the beginning of the year, but they weren't in enough places for people to really know where to go and how to find them easily if they needed to report something. And so we've proposed in our plan adding additional places on the intranet where people can find the plan and separate the forms out so that they're really easy to access. We also proposed creating flyers to post in staff lounges with a QR code that would direct people immediately to these forms as well. We want to make sure that they're as easy to access as possible so that people can report to us quickly if there's a concern. Our next steps would be to review this plan with our site administrators. Training will then be provided to all staff, including teachers and noon duties and custodians and everyone. We would post the plan in all of those additional places that have been mentioned on the previous slide and included newly in the plan. And hopefully, but not needed, we would investigate any hazards or any violent events that are reported and be in contact with any employee who's impacted. And so with such minimal changes to the plan, the main content of the plan has not changed since your approval at the beginning of this year. But with the changes of adding additional places of posting and providing better access to staff, we're asking that you approve the plan as presented tonight.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Trustee Conley.
Just one question. Would it make sense for the trustees also to receive the workplace violence prevention training, since we're often at school sites or with staff?
Absolutely. I can certainly add you to the training.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any further questions? Is there any member of the public who would like to speak in this item? Trustee Nelson, or former trustee Nelson?
Former trustee Nelson. Yeah, this is an example of maybe it's good to wait 3 years before you update something, because then you notice where the defects are, that the problems have started to show up. And particularly, I wrote comments to you on there's some issues when you see the reporting and there's no variance, everything is a 4. You know, the kid, if you made a test like that and they've answered that, well, you know, if it's a multiple choice test, you change it around so all the answers aren't 4. Or if a kid's gone in and said everything here is a 4, there's a problem. So it's good that we have a department, an department head that is looking at in a process that looks in and says the fact that there's been no reports says there's probably something wrong about how we're explaining what this report is supposed to be used for. And what I saw is not something, and we're going to study this and that, but what I saw, here's what we're changing. Not, we're going to study what we need to change, but we found it's a problem. We discussed it, we're changing it. That's what we would like to see more of, I think. People who watch this district in the district office get bogged down in planning and not actually continuous improvement means improvement happens every year or every 3 years, and it happens. It isn't just, we'll try to do more what we did before. It isn't working. So I congratulate this office and the director of human relations for coming up with something and saying, oh, we can maybe make this better. I would have put a different, if it's hazard and violence, there's a slash that you can sometimes put on reports that makes people realize it's 2 things. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Do not see anyone online or in person. Therefore, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. Trustee Reed.
Thank you for your presentation today. I love that you're finding ways to make the forms more accessible and really trying to troubleshoot. Did we really not have anything to report, or did we just not make it accessible enough? I think that having it both on the internet and in staff lounges is going to be very helpful to make sure that you're getting that information out to people and that they have access when they need to. I also like the idea of changing the name to kind of have it more broad and encompass more than just workplace violence, because I think in some people's minds that could be one thing, and what you really want is more hazards to be more preventative versus reactive.
Any further comments? Have a motion then, or for comment? Sorry, Trustee DeFazio.
Yeah, I appreciated that we do have the anti-retaliation, like this is like, a clear, you can report hazards at your workplace and not worry about like that affecting your employment, et cetera, et cetera. I think the fact that the form is anonymous, right, that we have that folks can fill it out and not think that it will be tied to them if they do. So I think those are all great. I think we've done a great job of working on this. One thing that I don't know, discussion wise, I had one minor change, which may or may not be, but so there's the last correcting hazards. We have a commitment of all other ones within a timely manner, which felt a little unbounded to me potentially, and I was wondering if we had a feeling for what we would want if we wanted to just make a stronger commitment to some time frame for closing. I don't know how folks feel about that, or if staff would have any recommendations for what that might look like. It's on item 9, like the third bullet point, where it's like beyond workplace violence hazards that for imminent danger and serious workplace violence, and then it's all other gets a timely manner for resolution, which I don't know, just in my engineering side, I'm like, that is an unbounded time frame in some sense.
Timely could mean that it doesn't come to fruition, so.
I think it's worth noting, but I defer to your committee to decide
If you
how
think that,
best to address it.
yeah, if the committee thinks there's a reasonable, I don't want to derail the plan or anything like that. If it's a minor revision, I think I would defer to you onto what you think is appropriate.
We can certainly engage in a conversation about that and see if we can provide some timelines of some examples, something that might be done in 1 day or 5 days or something of that nature.
Great, thank you. Any further comments? Okay, this is an action item, so do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the workplace violence prevention plan as presented with potentially revisions that we've discussed if deemed necessary.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion from trustee DeFazio and a second from trustee Reed to approve the workplace violence prevention plan as, with our, noting our comments. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously with the exception of trustee Henry, who stepped out for a moment. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
I'm going to stay because I'm the next one too.
Yes. Next item is Ms. Victor will present on the chief, on substitute teaching coverage.
Well, thank you. And I'm just here tonight to provide an update. I came to you early in the year with an update about substitute teaching. So I'd like to provide some more detail about what we've done since then. And of course, again, I will always say our substitute teachers are a tremendous support to us and provide consistency for classroom instruction when our staff need to be out. And we appreciate them more than I can say. Shelley, we can go on to the next slide. Thank you. As you know, California law determines how many days a substitute teacher can be in a particular classroom, depending on the kind of permit that they have. Most substitute teachers have an emergency sub permit, otherwise known as a substitute teaching credential, and that limits them to 30 days in a classroom under any assignment, and only 20 days if they're in a special education classroom. There are other permits besides just the 30-day substitute permit to consider. The most commonly one is known as the TPSL, and it's actually a teaching permit for statutory leave. A statutory leave is, any kind of leave that is available by law, right, for people to be away on. And I'll talk a little bit more about TPSLs in a moment, but the other permit that we have really started diving into recently is called the Emergency Career Substitute Permit. That authorizes somebody who has been a substitute teacher with us for 3 years and has spent at least 90 days each year as a substitute teacher. That allows a substitute to work for 60 days in any classroom, which really provides so much more time when someone is out on a long-term leave, so that we can have that consistency of instruction for every student in the classroom. So the TPSL requirements I've shared before with you, so I'm not going to go deeply into this, but we have spent a good deal of time looking at TPSL requirements. And, we've talked before about the 45 hours of training that substitutes would need to do to get this TPSL. We've looked at partnering with San Diego Office of Education because they provide an online version of that. But in addition to that 45 hours, we have to do onboarding at the district. We have to provide 2 hours of coaching every week for a person who is on a TPSL. And we also need to provide additional support with lesson plans for anyone who is in an assignment of that nature. A TPSL holder also can only cover while the teacher is on statutory leave. So in case, we often have cases that a teacher is on leave and they've exhausted their leave, and then they say, but I'm not ready to come back, and they take a little bit of personal leave. The person with the TPSL would not be able to continue covering in that same classroom once we move into that personal leave. And so it's, we've got some time to have, until we get there, but there still could be the potential that that person couldn't cover the entire time. Okay. So, as I said, the factors to consider are really, the amount of time, and then the intensive coaching that our instructional coaches would need to provide to that substitute then takes away a little bit of what they can provide to new teachers and to our, our longtime teachers as well. And there's a reality that there are only so many people, only so many coaches there that can provide support. And so we're really stretching people to be able to do that. Okay. So I want to talk about some options and next steps. This year we made a pretty significant shift in our hiring in the fall, and we began actively looking for substitutes who had full credentials, not the 30-day, not the emergency or career credential, but truly a multiple subject teaching credential or a subject matter credential at middle school. And we've increased our number of fully credentialed subs, and we've increased our ability to have them in our classrooms covering for our staff who are out long-term. We're continuing to be looking for fully credentialed staff who have retired or who are not in the classroom yet as full-time teachers, but we'll continue actively seeking fully credentialed substitutes. We also this year brought on a part-time staff member in the Human Resources Department. Her entire job is really to work with people who are on leave and to find the substitutes for those people. She's done a tremendous job. And so long-term coverage has really become very different than it was at the beginning of the year. She's already gotten coverage for the people that we know are going to be out at the beginning of next year. And so it's really helpful to have a person who's dedicated to this very specifically so she can find people who are able to cover as much of somebody's leave as we know. So moving into the upcoming year, we're going to continue to prioritize fully credentialed subs for long-term assignments. We still need plenty of other substitutes for our day-to-day absences, but prioritizing our long-term folks is really important. We're connecting with our substitutes during the summer. We've already started making phone calls and touching base with people about TPSL authorizations or the career substitute permits. We have a few in process right now, which is great. And so we will be prioritizing those long-term substitutes to cover core classroom assignments, such as at a school, if we had a classroom teacher, a second grade teacher who's out, and I hate to say it, but a TOSA who's also out, the priority for that long-term person would go to the classroom teacher who's out. Not that we wouldn't find coverage for the other person, but we want to make sure that classrooms, core classrooms, are getting that consistency so that the children who are seeing that person all day, every day, have the consistency that will benefit them throughout the course of the year. And that is all that I have for you as an update. But do you have any questions for me about our substitute plans?
Do I have any questions from the board? Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Don't see any. Any members of the public wish to speak on this topic? I don't see any in person or online. So, what's that? Oh, they just popped on. Okay, Miss Lou.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. I was wondering, like in the future, when you have this presentation, if you can provide us data of like how many subs, you know, how many, like number of subs that will fulfill, like number of subs that are open, like just like those data that we can kind of visualize and and materialize. I think that would help us understand it a lot better. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Liu. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this topic? I do not see any. Do I have any comments from the board? Trustee Conley?
Thank you, President Lambert, and thank you for the presentation, Ms. Bickjord. I've been on multiple sides of the substitute issue. I've been a long-term substitute. I've been a parent who has had their child have a teacher out on leave for over a trimester and experienced the challenge of not having a long-term substitute. And I've also been a teacher who went out on leave and had to leave my class with a long-term substitute. And it is a complicated and challenging issue. I remember talking to somebody about this last year, a concerned parent going through a similar situation to what I'd experienced with my son, describing in their workplace how somebody would put in for their days, and it was this discrete, clear package. And why didn't we have it all figured out? And even in my own experience with pregnancy, I went out much earlier than I had expected or planned for. I know people have complications with whatever happens when they try to return. That leave can shift from statutory leave to personal leave. There is no neat packaging about any of this, but I do think bringing on long-term subs in-house is the best solution. So I'm really glad that we did that this year and that we're going to continue to do that. I would still encourage that we're providing coaching and support for those long-term subs and those placements, because teaching fifth grade is very different than kindergarten, right? But with that multiple subject credential, you could be in any of those settings. And I'm very glad to see that we have a refreshed approach to this now. It does cost us more in the long term, right? We have to be cognizant of those costs and evaluate how the subs is their full time being used? And if not, if they're waiting between assignments, how are we using them then? And so maybe in the fall, we'll get an update about, or at some point about that information, just to make sure we have the right number, or if we need more, or if we need less, or if we need to alter the job description so that they serve as a long-term sub when there's an opening, but then perhaps they're supporting our our reading recovery team when there's not. You know, I think we should be flexible about using them in other spaces if they have other time.
Trustee Reed?
I agree with Trustee Connolly in that making use of their time while they're here, even if it's something that, hey, you know, a couple days a month, you're going to be scheduled for the middle school, to allow staff to be able to get a period off to grade, or just to have a period off, something to where their time is being utilized. I want to thank you for getting this process in place and written down, but also in the improvement of utilizing those additional permits required. I know at the beginning of the year, there was issues with revolving substitutes and some of those long-term leaves. And then by the end, it seems like everything had really tightened up, and a lot of the leaves that were happening at the end of the year had consistent substitutes in them. So thank you for working through the process really quickly and having something in the place so that we could end our year strong with that consistency.
Any additional comments? Okay, well, this is an action item. We're being asked to approve the rural health. Excuse me, got the other one already teed up here. We're asking, this is just a presentation, so thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Could I ask you to do a favor for, I think, the whole board here? Could you take that little light thing and move it down so nobody has to watch that blinking thing anymore? Okay. Much, much better. I don't feel you're going to blow up anymore, right?
Yeah, I've been noticing that too. Am I on? I don't know if I'm on.
Or maybe it's
I'm
just,
on. Try to get.
yeah, we can't turn it off for some reason, so.
Check. Yeah, sounds like I'm on. Okay. Hi, everybody. President Lambert, Superintendent Bear, members of the board. For the record, Frank Salvaggio, Director of Special Education. Glad to be back with you again. I wanted to take a little bit, because I know there's questions about whenever we have a large contract, to get a little more understanding on it, and I'm hoping I'll be able to clear some things up for you with that. And so I put the alignment to the strategic plan on there just because it is about supporting students. You want to go to the next slide, Shelley? Yeah. So first off, I know Dr. Westover shared a little bit of information at the last board meeting in regards to what happened in our district this past year. Having been a director for 11 years, I can tell you that I've never seen this in all my years in being a director as far as what happened with the students that came into our district. It was pretty significant. And so you can see on there, we had 46 students transfer in and we had 11 students transfer out in special ed. And 23 of those students either had a one-to-one aide coming in, or they were put in a classroom in one of our extensive support needs classroom or moderate classrooms that required a significant amount of support. So that's just very unusual to have happen. If we can go to the next slide. So as a result of that, you could see we had 7 students transfer in with one-to-one aides, and then 16 that required support. Some even we had to add instructional assistants on them later on. So this required us to hire more staff, and that's not including those that during the year we had to provide additional support for because of their needs. So wanted you to have a little bit about that trend because it's going to get to the contract in a second. Before I do that, I want to just briefly talk about some good news. And I know with contracts, you can go to the next actually. I know with contracts, we always prefer to have internal hires. I mean, I think, you know, even though they may cost more money overall, you have more stability with your internal hires. This past year, we started the year with no internal speech and language therapists. And we got one for about 3 months, and then she had to go back home for some different reasons. Starting next year, we have 7. And 7 internal hires, really talented people. And so I'm very grateful for that because we've had a lot of issues with speech and language over the years that have required us to pay out a lot of money in making up compensatory education. And so I'm really optimistic about this moving forward. We also had a great year with hiring of special ed teachers. And Shelley, you want to go to the next slide? Thanks. And so you could see that we hired 7 certified special education teachers filling vacancies, which is really wonderful. I mean, think about last year, we were having to bring in a number of teachers from the Philippines to come over and fill positions because we couldn't find people. And this year we were able, for vacancies, we're able to find certificated teachers, which I'm really excited about. And then you can see on there also that we've been able to add 2 teachers for our programs that we're starting with autism and for a moderate program we're interviewing for right now. All that to say, I feel really good about that news because that brings stability to our students and to our district as well, as far as providing them a good education. So let's talk about the rural health contract. First off, as I mentioned, our first priority is to always hire our own staff. That's what we desire to do. Thing to understand is IAs and instructional assistants and behavior technicians, they're hard to fill positions and they're transient. People often see these roles as temporary for them, and so they have a tendency to move on. That's not to say that's true with all our folks, but it is true. Just this past year, we had 2 IAs become teachers for us that went into the teaching field with us. So people look for promotion and then they look potentially for other places as they're finishing up school, etc. So It is an issue in trying to fill those positions. As a result of that, if you look at the next slide, you can see on there that the turnover and students moving into our district, like what we dealt with this year, it puts us in really big vulnerability because right when a student comes in, you'd like to say, well, can we have a little time to find somebody? It just doesn't work that way. You have to have one-to-one aid right away if that's what's written in the IEP. Row Health is able to do something that's much more difficult for a public school district to do, and that is they can find staff quickly. So if we call them and we say, hey, we need to find somebody, we'll be interviewing them to see if they're a good fit, and they can turn that around within a week, which is pretty hard to do in a public school system. So the other thing that is really important is Row Health provides the substitutes. So by being able for them to provide IA and BT, instructional assistant and behavior technician substitutes, it makes a big difference if somebody's absent, then they can send somebody that way and fill a need. Often those positions would go vacant for the day before. So that's the history of why we need a contract like this. And I know the ask is big, and if we go to the next slide, you can see it's not to exceed 2.4 million. I say that because as we're able to find internal staff, we can, Row Health, understands that we will not need that staff anymore, and we can decrease that contract. But if we don't have enough, it could create a problem for us. And so that's why it's listed on there as not to exceed that amount. So that's all I have. That's the background. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, you get an echo here. So thank you very much for presenting this, and especially since it's such a high budget item. Do I have any questions from the board? Trustee Conley?
I imagine, well, so in an ideal world, we want full-time staff, obviously. And when there is a situation where we need a substitute, if we didn't have a substitute, I imagine the consequences of that are not just that the students' needs aren't met, but then the district may face legal liability and sometimes very significant expenses if that child's needs are not met as is guaranteed in their IEP. Is that correct? Is this, in some ways, this may offset a much more significant cost?
Absolutely. Yeah, it will. And then you got to remember, whenever we always go to the most need first. So whenever you have a student that requires really significant support, then you're going to pull an IA from somewhere else and then make sure that student gets supported. So it's always what is the biggest need at the moment, because some students just can't function without that additional adult support.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I'll take any comments from the public. Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? I have one speaker online, Miss Liu. Miss Liu, you may speak now. Yeah, apparently she doesn't want to speak. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Trustee Reed.
I want to thank you for discussing the substitute situation with behavioral technicians and instructional aides. As a teacher who mainstreams extensive needs students, I have experienced what it's like when there are no behavioral technicians or instructional aides to be able to send students to my classroom. And so I'm having to manage all of my own general ed students, plus those extra students that are being mainstreamed to me, all on my own. So the stress level is high. So having the option to make sure that those slots are filled is extremely important to the well-being of all students, not just the students with extensive needs. So thank you for taking the time to discuss that as part of the contract.
Any further comments? It's an action item. We're being asked to approve the Row Health contract for special education. Do I have a motion?
So moved. I'll second.
I have a motion by trustee Reed and a second by trustee Henry to approve the Row Health contract for special education staffing as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the presentation and for moving the light. Next item. This is the presentation of the LCAP. Let's get it up here. Federal addendum will be presented by Mr. Chang.
Good evening, trustees. No presentation today, just coming back to you to ask for approval, formal approval of the 25-26 LCAP federal addendum as presented on April 29th.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Probably we've answered them all last time around. Any member of the public wish to speak on this? Don't see any hands raised. Do I have a motion or bring it back to the board for final comments?
I move that the board approve the LCAP federal addendum as presented.
I second. I have a motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Lambert that the board approve the LCAP federal addendum as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Chang. This is slow. Next, we'll have a presentation on, actually, is an action item on a California dashboard local indicators presented by Ms. Bauer.
Thank you. Coming tonight, I did a presentation last week on the local indicators for the California dashboard. And so tonight I'm asking for approval of those so that I can upload them to the dashboard.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, go to public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak on this? Do not see any final comments or a motion?
I make a motion to approve the MVWSD California dashboard local indicators as presented.
I second. Motion by trustee Conley, second by trustee Lambert, that the board approve the Mountain View Westman School District California dashboard local indicators as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your presentation. Looks like you're going to do the next one too here.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, we'll have a present as an action item for the local control accountability plan.
Yeah. So again, presented an overview of the local control accountability plan at the May 29th meeting and had a public hearing. I included the presentation and the draft plan for reference in this item. As I mentioned last week, we did add specific actions to our LCAP based on community input, and I shared that. We added an action around preparedness for high school and supporting our students that came out of our student advisory. We added an item around looking at two-way communication with families, specifically our Spanish-speaking families, and also an item around looking at technology in our district and technology usage. We also adjusted language in Goal 6 based on input we received from you, both for clarity and to ensure that the staffing at Castro remains consistent from this year to next year. So all of that was already included in the budget, so we did not have to make adjustments to any estimated actuals. So tonight I'm asking for approval of the LCAP as presented.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, does any member of the public wish to speak in this item? Mr. Nelson is in person here, would like to speak. Please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to thank the superintendent for making sure that there was a Spanish version of this done, translated before it was brought before the people who speak Spanish, and maybe they don't read Spanish that well, but they can have somebody read it to them. This district has been neglectful, disrespectful, and I don't know what else word I can do that isn't swearing, of the Spanish-speaking population in the schools that we serve. There's about 4 of them that are supposed to have translation of documents. This LCAP document is an extremely important one, as the school site plans are also. So I hope we'll see a change in that too. One of the things I want to mention is the aspirational goals that show up as most of the LCAP. I looked at last year's LCAP, 3 of you were here. There were no goals met. None of the LCAP goals were met for Hispanic or SED subgroups last year. Guess what? What is it? Well, everybody's not here, but this is a leadership that's, of the 10 people that are here, 9 of them are like me, white people. The people who are doing well and meeting some of these goals were white kids and Asian kids. Not all the time, not all the metrics, but to have the SED and Hispanic students meet none of those goals, 0, is something that you really have to look at. And this gets glossed over by the PR people, Shelley, gets glossed over by your director of curriculum. It gets glossed over, and I think you actually ought not let those employees of you sign their contracts. It isn't the superintendent who hires them, it's you. You are responsible for them hiding results like that and burying them. It's you. It's you who we hired to make sure these kids are have learning opportunities and they actually get enough resources. When you go look at the cloud that's produced of how well we're doing relative to socioeconomic distance throughout the nation, we're flying at the bottom of that cloud. 3/4 of a year on average, under the average academics of similar districts, similar SED districts to ours. That is what is being covered up. That's why I'm fighting mad, and I'm not going to let the new superintendent off the hook or any of his direct reports. Those are you hire these people. Hold them accountable to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? I do not see any, and bring it back to the board for comments.
I make a motion that the board approve the local control accountability plan as presented.
I second. We have a motion by Trustee Conley, second by Trustee Lambert, that the board approve the local control accountability plan as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is also an action item. It concerns the 2025-2026 budget adoption. Dr. Westover will be presenting.
Good evening, trustees. So the next 3 items are all similar. These are presentations that you received last time, and staff is requesting approval of the budget for the 25-26 year.
Any questions from the board? Any members of the public wish to speak in this item? We have Mr. Nelson in person.
Yes, Mr. Nelson, former trustee, who used to have to go through a budget that was literally that thick. You could tell when it's budget time because we used to get the pages of our thing in a box, and the box was so full, lock the box. Yeah, one of the things I want to talk about the budget adoption is this district has inevitably been bad about predicting what the assessed valuation increase was going to be. When you look at what we predict relative to what the city of Mountain View predicts, and what the Los Altos Mountain View predicts, we always seem to lowball what that's going to be. And if you're doing a budget projection, you want to do what's the reasonable thing that has been seen. If we're making good estimates, some of them will be high, some of them will be low. This one always seems to take what's the least assessed valuation that we can possibly do. What that means is they're underestimating the resources systematically that can come in for things like hiring the number of pupil services people at Castro. The issue of this $1.2 million that the middle school parents got so riled up about, how, Chris Chang and I would see the reserves keep on going up year after year because it's underestimated. And when it gets to be the point that you're underspending, that the district office, the staff, the 4 top people who are superintendents and associate superintendents, those 4 people have a responsibility. When you pass a budget and say, we want this amount of money spent on these number of positions, they're impounding it. And when they don't fill those positions, like the position at Castro that wasn't filled for a year, that is part of the reasons why the chronic absenteeism has gone up at Castro. It's gone up at Castro this year. And there's been a missing person who's supposed to go out, and they have to have a car, they have to speak Spanish, they're supposed to go out and round those kids up, talk to the parents, try to get those kids in the seats. That's what your budget is doing. You're allowing your supposed professionals that are supposed to be spending the budget that you tell them to spend, you're allowing them to impound these positions. The Environmental Protection Agency is late on a bunch of chemicals that they were supposed to tell how hazardous they were. That's what the Trump administration is doing with impoundment. Your administrations with impoundment have been taking away pupil services positions, for instance.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? I do not see anyone. Bring it back to the board for comments or a motion.
I make a motion that the board approve the 2025-2026 budget adoption as presented.
I second the motion. A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Lambert that the board approve the 2025-26 budget adoption as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Move on to the next item, which is the budget overview for parents. We're asking to approve that. We're being asked to approve that. And Dr. Westover will again present.
No formal presentation again for this. Everything is uploaded for board's review.
Any questions? Any member of the public who would like to speak on this? See, Mr. Nelson?
I get another, yes, it is Mr. Nelson. I get another 3 minutes of criticism. Yeah, it's sort of interesting because this is one of the places where the state legislature and the LCFF process, and I've talked to people who were very instrumental in trying to do this during the previous Brown administration who was successful for bringing LCFF now. There was a notice in the legislature that districts were saying they were going to spend money, wouldn't spend money, and then would just roll it over into the general fund next year. They passed legislation that says you have to keep it in the high needs category. The other thing that they've realized is you have to say why the heck you haven't spent the money that was supposed to be for these high needs kids. And that's what's one of the things that's interesting in this budget overview for parents. It says the high needs is less than budgeted. Why the heck is that? Well, there's some rigmarole, I call it impoundment, of their pupil services people that weren't hired. I've written to you about this, what exactly it says there. You know what it has to do. It has to do with this thing that I'm butting heads with your superintendent when he says, well, Hiring half an administrator is about the same as hiring half a pupil services person. It's not. That's untruth. And people who tell untruths, there's a 4-letter word for them. There's also a longer one. It's a prevaricator. So please look at what this report says. Read between lines when it says, well, we really weren't able to find this person, because what it oftentimes means is there's a pupil services person, there's a family that isn't getting a visit, and that is going to result in that kid, when they grow up, not having as good a life as you or I or any of the other college graduates in this room have had the opportunity to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Do not see anyone? Bring it back to the board for final comments or a motion.
I make a motion that the board approve the budget overview for parents as presented.
I second. We have a motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Lambert that the board approve the budget overview for parents as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next item will also be presented by Dr. Westover, and this is another action item to adopt resolution 03052925 education protection account.
Again, no presentation this evening, requesting that the board approve the resolution.
Any questions from the board? Any members of the public wish to speak in this item? Don't see any. Bring it back to the board for comments or motion.
I make a motion that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 03-052925, Education Protection Account, for the proposed uses of the Education Protection Account funds as identified in the attached list.
A second. We have a motion by trustee Conley, a second by trustee Lambert that the board adopt resolution number 03-052925 as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next item, discussion item. This up here. Mr. Ingram will present on the selection and appointment of Mountain View Wisman Residences Corporation Board of Directors.
Good evening, President Lambert and trustees. Nice to be back, and anxious to hear your comments tonight about a very important step along the way toward establishing your nonprofit entity to operate your staff housing project. So I'm going to summarize most of the slides in the front of the presentation and really just try to highlight a few things for the purpose of your discussion tonight. So why don't we go ahead and move to another slide. And let's go one more. So just a reminder that we're tethering ourselves to the discussion you had back in March about success criteria for this effort. And this is part of dot number 3, the managing entity, so that you can spend your time doing what you've been doing all evening, which is talking about educating kids. Next slide. And in your bylaws, which you approved at your last meeting, the purpose of the Residence Corporation is spelled out in fair detail. Next slide. And it also talks about the authorized number and the qualifications of directors for the board of the nonprofit entity. Next slide. So the goal that I sort of teased out of comments from your last several meetings is to attract top professionals from the residential real estate and finance sectors and related fields. Hopefully finding people right here in your community or in the broader area where there are a lot of professionals that we think can help you and do a good job for you. Next. So I want to highlight a few things about the process. And I'd start by saying there was a question earlier in the week about are there either rules or laws about your appointment process? And the answer is no. This board gets to decide how you want to solicit and select and appoint board members to this entity. So your staff and project team have sat down and put together what we think is a reasonable timeline. It's still fairly aggressive, but we think it's attainable. So we're going to start tomorrow morning, assuming that you provide direction tonight, by ringing the bell loud and getting the word out into the community about the opportunity to serve on this board. We're asking that candidates submit that they provide their submittals to the district by July 21st. Next slide. And then what we've landed on, and this is one of the things we'd like to hear your comments on, is we want to utilize the process that you used for selecting your budget advisory committee, which we understand was nicely streamlined, made it pretty easy for applicants to apply. And so you see the ingredients for that on the screen. Next slide. And then to screen applicants and put together recommendations for your consideration further down the road, we're asking that the superintendent appoint a screening team of 4 individuals that would go through the applications and rank them in a blind way, and then come up with recommendations to bring back to the Board of Trustees. So we're suggesting 1 trustee who will not seek appointment to the corporate board, your public information officer, your facilities manager, and myself. So we would be responsible for receiving, screening, and working with the superintendent to put together a set of recommendations to the trustees. Next slide. And then we've got some quick work to do in August to make that all come together and consolidate recommendations. And if all goes well, you should see that on your August 21st agenda, where you would appoint the board of directors of the corporation. Next slide. So I'm going to turn it back to President Lambert for your discussion. We'd like to hear your thoughts on the Board of Trustees roles, the process framework and ground rules, and if there's any constraints about the process or the way that we've suggested it. We're interested in hearing your comments. And I think that's all the slides preceding your discussion. Yes.
Yes, so I have a couple of questions. And one for just clarification, you're asking for the role of the trustees with respect to what? Selection process?
I'm sorry.
You asked, one of the things you would like us to discuss is the role of the trustees. Is that in the selection process or?
Correct. So if there's anything that you'd like to make sure we pay attention to or be responsive to about your roles as the board, that's what we'd like to hear. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Another question is just in general, what are your thoughts on how you're going to go out and solicit for potential candidates?
Before I arrived tonight, I spent some time on that very question. So I've accrued a list of potential candidates or organizations that we think have people inside of them, either on their board of directors or in their staff. Some of you have sent us suggestions. We've called other suggestions from the development community. So I've got a pretty substantial list that I'm going to hit the email on tomorrow morning. Your public information officer has put together a really nice package and a sort of cover letter saying, here's an opportunity, we need some help. So that will start that ball rolling as early as tomorrow. And then my intention is to follow up with people that we're emailing to find out, did you get it? Are you interested? Do you have questions? Do you need more information? And just kind of keep working that and try to winnow it down to what I call a who's in list of people who've said, I think I'll probably apply. And then we'll send them reminders a week and 2 weeks ahead to make sure that they don't forget because these are all presumably busy people.
Okay, that sounds great. I just, more on this topic. If, as a suggestion, if it looks like you're not getting enough response, reach out to the board and let us know about that so that we have plenty of qualified candidates.
Great, thank you. That's good to know.
Any questions from the board? No? Yes, no? Okay. Any member of the public wish to speak on this? I see no one online, so we'll go back to comments. Trustee Conley?
Yeah, so I appreciate all of the work that went into kind of outlining the timelines here and the different steps. Something that's new, that's different than what the Housing Committee discussed is the screening team. One of the things that we had talked about on the Housing Committee was having a very public and open process, much like the Environmental Planning Commission has. What they do with kind of their final candidates is they have them come into a special meeting, basically. There are 3 or 4 set questions that they're going to be asked. I think they have the questions ahead of time, but I'm not, they might not actually. I don't think they do. And then each candidate, without being able to watch the others, is asked the same questions and has a certain amount of time to respond. And then the city council does their vote. And it's not a separate selection committee, it's the whole city council. I'm interested in that for our final process or something similar. I'm a little worried about a screening team versus the whole board voting on this because it's so consequential, if that makes sense. And I want to make sure it's a very public, I like the way the EPC is done because it is a very public process.
Yes, I agree with that. And I was sort of interpreting what the staff was going to do as sort of a preliminary, I interpret it, but yeah, but I mean, I agree with the way you said it. Is I'd like to see sort of a first cut, winnow it down to a group of qualified candidates. I think it's an excellent way to have a public presentation, and so everybody can see and we can evaluate the candidates as a board.
Yeah, because
Presented, right? It sounded like there was a recommendation of like the slate that we would approve, which I don't think I would like. I think I would rather us be able to.
I'll just remind the board that you aren't looking for much different than the EPC that is just looking for committee members, right? We're looking to fill specific roles within that. So it's not a blanket set of questions that you're going to ask every candidate. I wouldn't think.
That's fair that the roles are but I think yes and no. They're all board members. We want them to have different backgrounds and skill sets. I do think we could have, so I like all of the process up until August 8th, which is where it says consolidate the draft recommendations for the superintendent. And then it just goes to the 15th that the board meeting agenda is posted and then we vote at the next meeting. We basically never talk to them as a board before we vote on them. I would love to see a step, if the screening, I support the screening team. Maybe there's a few extra candidates that this screening team puts through. I still think we could have 3 questions that are so general. It will actually highlight for the board and the community how their backgrounds and skill sets and what they bring to the board of directors is unique and different. And then it shows the public how we are considering trying to put together this diverse team.
I get that. I'm just saying that if you want an asset manager, if you want a high quality asset manager on that board, I would think you want to ask very specific asset management questions of that person, and you care less about that person's expertise perhaps in another area.
But wouldn't the screening team have already done that piece?
Yes. But I'm just saying that you would run several rounds of interviews, right? I would think that it would end up being 3 different rounds or 4 different rounds of interviews.
I think potentially like to combine this, right? I think we have specific roles on the board that we're looking for. And if we could have several candidates for each of those that we then are selecting between after like the screening team pulls those, that might solve this issue, right? Because I'm uncomfortable with getting a slate of the directors from the screening team and saying, approve these or don't approve these, right? Like, or select some of them. I would like us to be able to, as a board, make a decision as to who in each of those slots that we're looking for is there.
And I- okay, if I go, President Lambert.
No, please go ahead.
Please
Reiterate.
no. Because I think a couple of thoughts. One is that even though there will be specific reasons that we want to bring these people to this board, they are still ultimately working as a board and all still need to kind of have complementary things, even if somebody comes in with one specific area of expertise. I would want to have people who not just have that expertise, but have experience with multifamily, have experience with other things. I'd want to see that. I keep thinking in some ways about the superintendent search process where we had a firm to do the screening, kind of like the screening team, where they were able to, vet everything, look at everything, kind of on their own. But then we got to see everybody who applied. And I think that it is such an important thing that we are giving to this board and responsibility that we as a board are still ultimately responsible for, that I think we need to be really, really sure that we've got the right people. And it does right now as written, it's more like a nominating committee and a slate.
Yeah, that is what we brought forward to you. I just want to make sure that we get the most highly qualified in each category for this, because it is that important. And I would hate for a broad set of questions to be asked to every single person when they may be then responding to something that may not be their area of expertise. And because they didn't perform well across the board, we're going to lose out on perhaps the best asset manager, right? Or whatever category you want.
So I think that's completely legitimate. And what I hear you saying is if we ask the wrong questions, we might eliminate the wrong people because we don't actually understand their qualifications. I think part of this process as well is that beforehand, we receive their application materials from the committee, the selection committee. And so we can also, is there like a middle ground, like the selection committee, I'm gonna just put out some fantastical numbers now, gets 15 candidates and they fall into real estate development, affordable housing, asset management, accounting, and we'll do one spot for related professions. So we have 3 possible people for each of those areas. And what comes to the board is maybe 6 candidates, because we have said here that we have to have at least 3, but we can have up to 5. 6 candidates gives us the option to have only 3 of those 6, but we could take all 5 of them. Like I think there's some ways to kind of thread this needle to make sure everyone who gets to the question part with the board is extremely highly qualified and would serve the role well. And I will be looking for a variety of backgrounds. So if only one asset management person is recommended, that's something I'm going to have to take into consideration in my vote.
I sort of want to elaborate maybe on what Trustee Henry said here about the superintendent selection process. And just so everybody understands, I mean, the firm we hired basically screened they screened everyone, sort of ranked them in with various criteria. But then the board had an opportunity to review everything and then to ask questions about that and maybe adjust things. In that way, it's a good process, and I can almost see a spreadsheet. You know, we're looking for a superintendent with credentials, but I could see, okay, does this person, check the box of, is this a financial person or is it asset manager, real estate? What main expertise, part of the question, the screening is what is the main expertise you bring to the board? You would bring to this board. And it doesn't have to be just one item, maybe people sort of multiple backgrounds, but just a thought. But I think that was a good way it worked to organize it. And then what was good about that is it enabled all of the board to see all of the people and, ask questions about them in a discussion.
I agree. I think the challenge is a lot of that was in closed session. And I think this process has to be an open session. And so I'm trying to figure out what we don't want to do something so invasive that it drives people away either. So how do we navigate the process?
How do we participate in a screening process without violating
So I
the
think-
Brown Act?
So I think to the earlier consideration, right? As long as we're like employing a screening team, right? I would not expect that the screening team recommend to us any candidates who are not well qualified, right? Like, so that is a sufficient bar for everyone to be comfortable with that person operating on the board. I would be extremely skeptical if you came back to us with precisely a slate of 5, if we ask for all the well-qualified candidates that you kind of recommend, maybe the top 3 or something like that for each of the roles we're considering. So I would encourage, if we do that, the screening team not return, because then I may just choose to decline. But I think that way we can guarantee that we get a variety of folks that we can interview as a full board, while still, allowing people some amount of, I think, privacy in applying, that they don't perhaps get flagged as not qualified or something like that, that we have the ones that we've seen.
When I think about questions, it's very simple. It's like question number 1, what is your interest in serving on this board? Question number 2, what from your professional background will be of service in this position for the proposed board? Maybe there's a third question, maybe there's not. Do you have prior board experience? But that's about, I don't think that's so specific. We're going to inadvertently wipe out a great candidate, if that makes sense. But we will also, I have faith in the screening process to make sure there's a good group in front of us. Even if it's 5, we only have to choose 3. So even if you bring a slate of 5, we could vote on just 3, or we could vote on all 5. But I think this is as much about the public being able to hear from these people and know who they are, as it is about, it's not yes, it's a corporation board, but well, I guess that's the difference. It's technically a corporation board, a nonprofit corporation, but it's being appointed by a public agency, which is, I think, where we're sticking. What does Valley Water do, or some of these other agencies? Or like El Camino Healthcare District, they appoint a separate board for the hospital itself, I think.
It's internal, right? It's internal of doctors and medical professionals. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if there are examples from, because if there are examples of a public agency appointing a nonprofit corporation board.
Right.
That, just so we can make sure we have the best practice.
Peter, we can look at that. Yep. I also want to set expectation that I'm not sure how many people we're going to get applying for this because you assume we're going to be culling through
Yeah.
30 applications or something. I don't think that's going to be the case.
But, I think another challenge is that we have to be respectful of these individuals or experts who are, willing to donate their time and energy to helping us manage this property. And yes, there are Brown Act and public requirements, but to run them through sort of a excruciating public selection process, is really somewhat disrespectful. So I don't have the answer now, but I think we need to be careful of that. We certainly need to comply with our public disclosure requirements, but we're asking a lot of these people, and they are really going to help us.
I think the hard time here is that we're pressed for time for you all.
So you've heard our thoughts. I don't think you're looking for, yeah.
Do you have thoughts, Peter?
Yes, thank you. This was very helpful to hear, and it's really important to hear it now before we launch. So just off the top of my head at a late hour, I'm thinking maybe the way to do this is to go ahead and send out the heads up and get that ball rolling, and then work with the superintendent and your staff on how can we address the things we've heard to do a second step. And we'll just tell candidates in the information, we're going to go, we can predict to get to the screening, and then it's up to the board to decide how they want to actually do that. And we'll just let them know, like, stand by, we'll let you know as soon as that's been decided.
Well, I feel like I have enough guidance here that
Okay.
I understand what the board wants in terms of bringing candidates forward to be interviewed for the positions.
Okay,
So
good.
I think we can let you know what that process is going to look like, but I think we have some clarity. I have some clarity on it. Yeah.
I'll just say that I understand that it may be different than what I have in my head, and that's okay. It's just trying to figure out how to thread that needle.
Yeah, it's understanding the high level of what the board desires here, right? It's an opportunity to hear from them in public, have a few questions answered, make sure it's a public process that others can see, and then you can have the choice of who's appointed, right? Everyone who comes to you will meet our level of expectation, right?
See what
Criteria.
we have in applications, we can refine this and, because there's no sense, trying to guess what may or may not happen.
Well,
I would just rather not come back for another set of kind of definition on this. I think there's enough to move forward so we can get the appointment, because I know the board's other desire is to get that board in place as well. So
I absolutely agree. Thank you. I think worst case scenario, that final round, maybe we don't have enough people who we really want, and then we have to go back out and do a little more recruiting. That's the worst case scenario. I do believe that we're going to get some highly qualified candidates that the board will agree on.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Ingram. We are almost at 10 o'clock. I don't think it's going to take that long, but just so we're not pressed for urgent time, I'd like to recommend extending the meeting till 11. I think we can get over a lot by 10:30.
I make a motion to extend the meeting till 11 p.m.
A second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Trustee Reed, congratulations. She's summer break tomorrow. I wish I could say the same. Okay, what are we doing now? First reading, board policies. And this is being presented by Mr. DeFazio, Trustee DeFazio.
I think we can go through pretty quickly here. It's primarily just a technical cleanup. The previous officers of the Board of Trustees policy was deprecated, and now we've basically expanded it out to the individual policies for the offices that we maintain in our structure that we have. So president, secretary, and clerk. And we also have a vice president. So there is one option that we chose, which is basically around the roles and duties of the vice president slash clerk when the other office is not available. So.
Okay, do you have any questions? The board? Don't see any. Any public comments? Don't see any member of the public wishing to speak. Any comments from the board? Don't see any. So did a good job. We can move on. Board governance handbook. Superintendent Bear.
Yes, so one of the things we wanted to have in place is, and something we haven't had as a district, is a board governance handbook. And so this is a very first draft, right? We do not expect this to be final, but it wants to get something in front of the board for some commentary on. Shelley and I pulled this together from some core pieces from Mountain View Westman School District, and then also looked around us to see what else was in place in terms of providing information and guiding the board. And this really comes in handy when new trustees come on board, right? And we're able to have a starting place. So we want to make sure it accurately represents what we do, what we stand for, but also recognize that it is not in its final form. And I expect this will come back probably a few more times, right? We will do some refinement and hope to have it in place, I would say, by the end of the year, calendar year. Okay.
Questions? How would you like us to, what do you want us to do with this? Do you want comments?
So what we can either do, right, is we can provide comments orally here, or if it's kind of more expeditious in this first round, if you want to each write and make notes and then turn it into me or Nancy, and then we can do the first revision from there, right? Because I think this is probably the version that it's the roughest, right? Because it's the first. So I think that might make most sense, is to do it that way for this first pass, and then we'll be closer to refined with the second when it comes back.
And a follow-up question with that, is there any area that you would like us in particular to focus on? I've just throw that out as a normal.
Yeah, no, there isn't in this first round. I think this is really kind of taking a temperature from you also of what's included. I think by your written comments, when you turn it back in, we'll have a better idea of where the kind of rougher spots are that we need to spend more time on.
Trustee Conley?
I was just wondering, this is something that I feel like is perfect for review at our board retreat in August. I don't know how long that agenda is yet, but that seems like a less formal environment for us to have a good discussion about it, if that's possible.
A great suggestion, yes.
Another question, if you requested written comments, which I think is a good idea, always helps with have a target date to get things done, at least for me.
And if you could send an able to us after this meeting, because it is quite late.
So I'll send an email with a copy of it attached.
Yeah, you don't have to answer the deadline now. Do it in your email. That would be fine.
Okay, and just for a heads up, I'm going to say month's end, the end of June.
Related question is, do we have a date for that August retreat?
We can talk about that now if you'd like. I have it on for a little bit later, but I'm wondering about the weekend of August 2-3. Charles, I think you get back into town on the 2nd, so that's a Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, I think I'll be flying back in on Sunday. So
on Sunday, okay. Is there a problem on August 9?
It's more that it's the weekend before school starts.
Sure.
But if it needs to be done, I'd rather get it done before school starts than what I have seen over the years is sometimes it just starts getting moved back and back. And it's such a good way to get everybody on the same page before we really jump into the intense fall meetings. So I'm open to the 9th and 10th, just being mindful that maybe you can check with school sites about if they have any events planned for class posting or anything like that on that weekend.
The 9th is my wife's birthday, so prefer not to have it on that.
Does 10 work? I know it's a Sunday. All right, look at August 10 then.
What time would that be? Because I potentially also have a wedding to go to on the 10th.
Oh my,
Summer.
it's usually from like 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 8:30 a.m. to 1. When is your wedding? Friend's what? Not your personal wedding, but when is your event?
1 o'clock, but it's local, so.
All right, we'll let you go at 12:45. We may stay a little bit longer, but
You may see me in a suit again.
Do we have, any,
So we have that.
any more questions about the governance handbook? And I'll turn it over to the public for any comments. I do not see any members of the public wishing to speak. Final comments from the board? Do you want to say something?
No, I just have a next, something we missed, but we pulled BP, was it 50/30?
Yeah.
Right, but I don't know that it was actually approved as a part of the health
We approved.
we voted to approve the,
policy is,
Policy.
okay,
yep.
I think the only action there was to approve the policy, I think.
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the last 3 items, which I will, items 10, P, Q, and R. These are the employment agreements for Ms. Vickard, Dr. Westover, and Ms. Bauer, and the contracts appear on the agenda items, and I am going to read a statement that summarizes the actions. There are 3 action items before the board for approval of employment agreements with Associate Superintendent Kathy Bauer, Assistant Superintendent Tara Vickard, and Assistant Superintendent Rebecca Westover. Prior to discussion and voting on each agreement, Government Code Section 54953 requires an oral summary of the recommended salary or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for each local agency executive. The law requires that the summary be provided during open session of the regular meeting in which the final action is to be taken. The board appreciates that these 3 key members of our leadership team initiated the revision of their previous 3-year employment agreements. Accordingly, the following is an oral summary of the recommended financial terms for each of the referenced employment agreements. Number 1, each employment agreement has a 3-year term beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending July 30th, 2028, unless extended or terminated earlier pursuant to the terms of the agreement. Number 2, the Associate Superintendent Bauer's annual base salary is $3,021,659.74. Assistant Superintendent Vickard's annual base salary is $228,157 in 0.45. 288. Let me say that again. Assistant Superintendent Vickard's annual base salary is $288,157 and $45.45. Assistant Superintendent Westover's annual base salary is $300,849.48. Number 3, Each will be a 12-month employee with a 224-day work year. They will not accrue vacation, but will accrue 1 sick leave day per month. They shall not be eligible for overtime pay or compensatory time off. Number 4, each shall be eligible to participate in district-offered health and welfare benefits on the same terms offered to other district certified management employees for themselves and their dependents. Number 5, the district shall reimburse each officer for actual and necessary expenses incurred in the performance of their duties. Number 6, there are no provisions in the agreements related to automatic annual salary increases or Me Too provisions. Any resultant salary increase shall be at the discretion of the governing board and based primarily on performance related factors in the district's fiscal condition. Okay, are there any questions from the board? Does any member of the public wish to speak on this? I don't see any. Any comments from the board? We received a public comment. Mountain View Wistman School District parent, you may speak.
Hi, can we just please get clarification with regard to on Ms. Vigyord's policy or contract? It's item number 7 for out-of-state travel. I believe that the current district policy is that all out-of-state travel requests will be made through the board. I'm trying to understand if this is a change or if all out-of-state travel will still be approved through the board. Thank you.
I'm told that yes, that's the policy. Okay, bring it back to the board for final comments. Yeah. Okay, we'll start with first motion. Is there a motion to approve Chief Human Relations Officer Tara Vickard's employment agreement?
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee Reed that the board approve Chief Human Relations Officer Tara Vickard's employment agreement. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Next, is there a motion to approve Chief Business Officer Rebecca Westover's employment agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by trustee Henry and a second by trustee DeFazio that the board approve Chief Business Officer Rebecca Westover's employment agreement. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And next, is there a motion to approve Chief Academic Officer Kathy Bowers' employment agreement? I make a motion to approve the employment agreement.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Lambert and a second by trustee DeFazio that the board approve Chief Academic Officer Kathy Bowers' employment agreement. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to item 11, board updates. Would any of the trustees like to make a board update?
I'll be very brief. I had the opportunity to participate in the Canopy and Mountain View Wisman tree planting event at BUB. There were close to 100 volunteers who had signed up. It was an incredible turnout. There were families, there were members of the Chamber of Commerce, there were neighbors and community members, and it was incredibly inspiring for children to be engaged in planting these trees that they're going to watch grow as they grow in our community. So thank you to everyone who was involved and who came out, and thank you to Canopy for working with us to run that event.
Any further updates? Next is
I
items.
was also at the canopy event, and I'll be looking at the one tree that my wife and daughter planted that I could not participate in because of my hand, but I was watching the other two in the back, which they got a great educational experience while they were back there, which was a lot of fun. So
Okay, item 12, items for future agendas. Anyone have any future agenda items? Don't see any. Number 13, future board meeting updates. We have board meetings on August 21st, September 4th, September 18th, and looks like the 10th in the morning, we will have a retreat.
I think that should be August 2025, right? It's listed as 2026, but I don't think we're planning that far out.
And with that, at 10:09, we will adjourn the board meeting.